In 1986, a reactor exploded, and the world thought it understood the price. But Chernobyl didn't end in fire. It began. Beneath the silence of the exclusion zone, 101 mysteries fester. Forests that bleed color, animals that won't die, time that forgets how to move. Scientists came for answers. They left with questions and Geiger counters that tick in their sleep. This isn't a documentary, it's a descent, a journey into the absurd, the terrifying, the unexplainable. And once you enter, you don't come back the same. Welcome to the zone. Let's count what shouldn't exist. Before we descend any deeper, make sure you're subscribed. This channel unearths the stories that history tried to bury, and you won't want to miss what comes next. While you're here, drop a comment below. Where are you listening from? And what time is it right now? Midnight? Noon? Somewhere in between? Just curious who else is wandering the zone with us tonight. The Red Forest. Anomaly. It began, as many of these stories do, with something dying. Not quietly, not in some poetic seasonal fade, but in a violent, lurid burst of color. The pine forest directly adjacent to reactor number 4 didn't just wither, it ignited in silence, turning a grotesque, rusty red within hours of the explosion. The trees didn't burn, they blushed, as if caught in some intimate radioactive shame. Scientists with clipboards and heavy boots later dubbed it the Red Forest, as if naming it might tame the horror. It didn't. The biological carnage was almost instantaneous. Pines, delicate in their own stubborn way, dropped their needles like dying soldiers. Their trunks stood rigid, corpse-like. Birds fled, then died mid-flight. Insects disappeared. And yet, in this necrotic tableau, some things lived. Birch trees, aspen, mosses, things you'd expect to be more fragile simply didn't die. They lingered, hauntingly alive, as if the radiation had played favorites. For decades, the area was considered one of the most radioactive places on Earth. Yet researchers returning with dosimeters found something stranger than just danger. They found resilience. Pockets of regrowth. A quiet, verdant rebellion blooming atop poisoned soil. No one can explain why certain species thrived where others perished. Not really. Theories involve root depth, bark density, even leaf shape. None satisfy, none explain the color, that grotesque, uniform red. Some claim the trees screamed a synesthetic hallucination among liquidators whose senses were melting down under exposure. Others say the color was a warning, not of what had already happened, but what was still to come. A visual prophecy etched in chlorophyll. And when the forest was bulldozed and buried beneath its own irradiated soil, they thought they had silenced it. But like all buried things near Chernobyl, it didn't stay dead. New growth erupted from the contaminated earth. Some of it twisted, some of it disturbingly normal. And through it all, something watched. Something that still stands near the reactor, today molten, ancient, and nearly alive. They called it the Elephant's Foot. The Elephant's Foot Formation. They found it in the dark, at the end of a tunnel beneath the melted core, like a secret heart still beating under concrete skin. A grim pilgrimage took place in 1986. Scientists and soldiers descending into the inferno with cameras rigged to poles, counting seconds before death. What they saw in the grainy black and white frames defied both logic and thermodynamics. A solid mass of twisted black lava, rippling and congealed mid-collapse. They named it with dark reverence, the Elephant's Foot. It wasn't just a poetic moniker. The thing genuinely resembled the wrinkled, cracked texture of elephant hide, fused into a puddle the size of a man and twice as deadly. This wasn't natural lava, it was corium, reactor fuel, molten steel, sand, concrete, and graphite melted into a single radioactive nightmare. It weighed tons. It glowed heat without light. It was, quite literally, a piece of the apocalypse that chose to rest beneath Chernobyl. In the first minutes of exposure, the elephant's foot emitted enough radiation to kill a man in under 2 minutes. Cameras disintegrated, robots failed, men collapsed vomiting, and yet, it didn't move. It just sat there, in perfect malignancy, like some Lovecraftian relic that happened to also be science. Decades later, it's cooler, quieter, but not safe, still deadly to approach, still pulsing with unseen decay. No one can fully explain why it hardened the way it did. The geometry defies simulations. Its bizarre mixture of crystalline forms, known as Chernobylite, exists nowhere else on Earth. It might last 100,000 years. It might degrade tomorrow. The foot doesn't care. It just waits. And not far from its hidden lair, another sound once echoed softer, but more disturbing in its persistence. It came from the sky and from the wires, a tap-tap-tapping that never stopped. It was called the woodpecker. The Duga radar woodpecker signal. Before the sirens, before the evacuations, there was tapping. Shortwave radio operators from the 1970s through the mid-1980s knew the sound intimately. A sharp, repetitive click-click-click that seemed to pierce through every frequency. No message, no voice, just rhythm, like a Morse code for the damned. It became infamous under the name the Russian woodpecker, and its source was traced to a towering, secretive Soviet radar array just miles from the Chernobyl plant Duga. Ostensibly, Duga was an over-the-horizon radar system, meant to detect incoming American missiles before they arrived. It was the Cold War's giant ear, always listening, always paranoid. But for those who lived near it or under it, theories blossomed like radioactive sunflowers. Some said the tapping had psychological effects. Insomnia, nausea, paranoia. Some believed it was mind control. Others swore birds would not fly near it. A few said they saw lightning flicker from its antennas when there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Then Chernobyl exploded and Duga fell silent. Officially, the radar was decommissioned after the disaster, rendered obsolete and redundant, but unofficially? The cessation of the woodpecker signal, coinciding with Reactor 4's annihilation, has never sat right with the conspiratorially inclined. Did the system interfere with reactor electronics? Was it drawing power, or something stranger, from the facility? Why was such a critical structure built so close to a nuclear power plant anyway? The rusting structure still stands, now part of an eerie tourist circuit. Towering steel skeletons, broken ladders, abandoned control rooms with peeling Cold War slogans. And sometimes, under certain conditions, radios nearby pick up interference, static, then a faint, rhythmic tapping. The Duga radar was a guardian of silence, but just beneath its towers, the first responders were anything but silent, and many of them, despite surviving the blast, died in ways no doctor could predict. The unidentified firefighters' illnesses, they were the first to arrive. Brave? Absolutely. Informed? Not even remotely. The firefighters of Pripyat rolled in with water hoses and no protection, dousing burning graphite like it was a warehouse fire. Some walked across irradiated roofs. Others picked up chunks of the reactor with gloved hands. The night air glowed blue. They thought it was beautiful. What followed was a medical mystery wrapped in a political cover-up. Many suffered acute radiation syndromesia. But then came the anomalies. Firemen who didn't die quickly suffered strange symptoms years later. Bone loss, tooth decay, cardiac arrhythmias. A few developed lesions under their skin that oozed black fluid. Others, even decades later, reported phantom burning sensations on their hands, arms, faces, the parts of their bodies most exposed that night. Doctors documented these as best they could, But Soviet bureaucracy was less interested in preserving data than preserving face. Autopsies were rushed, records lost, and some patients were buried in sealed, zinc-lined coffins under concrete slabs just to be sure. Wives of some of the men claimed they aged rapidly. One woman insisted her husband's eyes had turned entirely black the day before he died. Another swore she heard him whisper things in a language he never spoke. Of course, these are dismissed. Radiation doesn't cause hallucinations except when it might. The human brain, under duress, is still a bigger mystery than a dying reactor. The hardest part? Many of these men weren't supposed to be there. Shift changes, miscommunications, spontaneous bravery. They were volunteers in the original census sacrifices. They died for a system that barely acknowledged them. And those who lived, some wish they hadn't. But in that silence that followed their deaths, something strange took flight. Not a plane, not a ghost, but something feathered and wrong. They call them the blackbirds of Chernobyl. The Chernobyl blackbirds phenomenon. They say birds can sense disasters before they happen. Earthquakes, storms, even death. But at Chernobyl, the birds didn't leave. At least, not all of them. Some remained. And the ones that did, they changed. The stories began trickling in from liquidators, soldiers, and locals who never fully evacuated. Massive birds, jet black, circling the ruins of Reactor 4. Not crows, not ravens, bigger. Wrong somehow. Wings too long. Eyes too human. One man swore he saw one perched atop a reactor vent, watching him with what he called recognition. Another said he shot one emptied a clip into it, found nothing but a few oily feathers and a strange burn on his chest the next day. These aren't stories born from Soviet vodka or campfire exaggeration. They show up in multiple independent reports across years. In each, the same themes echo: birds that glow faintly at night. Birds with missing beaks, still flying. Birds that scream like children. Officially, no such creatures exist. Unofficially, they're referred to as the blackbirds of Chernobyl. Some biologists tried to explain them as simple mutations. Radiation-induced gigantism, optical illusions, escaped exotic pets, but none of that accounts for the intelligence or the patterns. One researcher noted the birds always appeared just before localized radiation spikes. Another theorized they fed off something that wasn't flesh. Over time, even the locals began whispering about them less. Not because they stopped seeing them, but because speaking of them made them real. The kind of real that stares at you from your roof at 3 a.m. and waits for your light to go out. And if you do see one, don't run, don't scream, just don't look at it too long. Because if you do, you might hear it whisper the name of your childhood dog. Speaking of which, what happened to the dogs of Chernobyl? The missing dogs of Chernobyl. They were left behind. All of them. When the evacuation order came for Pripyat, it came fast. People were told to pack a few belongings. Leave everything else. You'll be back in 3 days, the officials said. So they left their pets, their companions, their family. The dogs stayed, loyal, confused, waiting at windows, barking at empty doors. For days, they roamed the streets, tails wagging in hope. And then the men came, soldiers, orders, bullets. The dogs, now deemed radioactive waste, were to be eliminated. But not all were. Some ran, some hid, some simply survived. Years later, sightings of wild packs emerged. Dogs with patches of fur missing, dogs with mismatched eyes, dogs that barked at Geiger counters. Scientists returned to study them, thinking they'd find evidence of genetic collapse. But the opposite seemed true. Many of the dogs were strangely robust. Some had lived multiple years in a high radiation environment. A few even bore litters. The real mystery isn't that some dogs lived, it's that so many disappeared. By conservative counts, thousands should have remained. Only a few hundred were ever observed. Where did the rest go? Were they killed by radiation, starvation, or something less rational? There are whispers from worker stalls of dogs that simply vanished, others that dug into the earth and never came out. And then there's the question of their behavior. Reports of dogs howling in perfect unison at 4:23 a.m. the moment of the explosion. Dogs that refuse to cross certain streets, even when food is on the other side. Dogs that watch the sarcophagus, as if guarding it, as if waiting for something buried, not forgotten. But the real death toll of Chernobyl wasn't in fur or feathers. It was in uniforms, in silence, in the vanished records of men who cleaned the bones of the apocalypse, the liquidators' unreported deaths. They were the faceless army, 600,000 strong, called liquidators, not for what they killed, but for what they were sent to erase traces of a catastrophe that could not be contained. Soldiers, miners, firemen, scientists, they scraped graphite off rooftops with shovels. They dug tunnels beneath hell to keep it from melting through the earth. They were told their exposure limits were safe. They were lied to. Official records suggest around 30 liquidators died as a direct result of radiation. 30. A number so precise, it might as well be fiction. Because the truth messy, inconvenient radioactive was buried under bureaucracy and concrete. Unofficial counts put the death toll in the tens of thousands. Some say hundreds of thousands. The exact figure, no one knows. Because no one wanted to know. Files went missing. Death certificates cited heart failure or respiratory illness. Not spent 6 hours shoveling uranium dust without a mask. The liquidators were hailed as heroes quietly, without ceremony. Most never received proper medical care. Some weren't even informed of what they had been exposed to. Others were forcibly silenced. There are reports of men with severe radiation burns being sent home without explanation. One liquidator said he was told he had sunstroke after coughing up blood for days. And yet, they did it. They stayed, they cleaned, they sacrificed. Not for medals, for survival, for others. Today, their stories flicker like the Geiger counters they once carried. Inconsistently, erratically, hauntingly. Some are still alive, with phantom pains and steel spines. Some simply disappeared buried in unmarked graves or cremated without autopsy. And yet, somewhere near the epicenter of all this human silence, another story began to grow. A tale not of machines or men, but of something far stranger. A tear in the fabric. A portal, they say, a wormhole, in Chernobyl. 7 mysteries in, and we're already knee-deep in radioactive folklore, vanishing animals, and time that bends in all the wrong directions. If your Geiger counter isn't clicking yet, hit that subscribe button. It's the only real protection we offer. And while the zone whispers secrets, tell us yours. Where are you tuning in from? And what time is it on your clock? Let's see how far the fallout's spread. The Chernobyl wormhole myth. It starts, as all great delusions do, with something no one could explain, then grows teeth. The legend of the Chernobyl wormhole didn't originate from physicists or ufologists. It came from the zone workers, the cleanup crews, the late-night guards who knew when not to ask questions. Men who smoked cheap cigarettes and heard whispers in the concrete. Men who saw things disappear. The myth claims that somewhere near Reactor 4, or under it, something opened. A fracture in time, or space, or sanity. The stories differ. Some speak of a shimmer in the air, like heat off asphalt, but indoors. Others mention entire pieces of equipment vanishing into thin air, as if consumed by an unseen fold in the universe. One particularly unsettling report involves a man who walked into a corridor behind the sarcophagus Zond came out 30 minutes later, although he'd only been gone 10 seconds. He didn't remember the time, but his watch did. Of course, official science laughs this off. Radiation messes with electronics. Concrete warps vision. The mind under stress invents escape hatches. But there's a pattern to the anomalies. They cluster. Specific locations where compasses spin, voices echo too long, or shadows don't fall right. The zone doesn't obey. Physics it tolerates it. One soldier recalled a moment in 1991 when a truck, driving near Reactor 3, simply vanished. No explosion, no sound, just gone. They chalked it up to drunken hallucination until the road, for a moment, shimmered, like a mirage, like a mouth closing. Some believe this isn't a wormhole in the sci-fi sense, but a scar, a tear left behind when nature and nuclear math stop shaking hands, a ghost-thin veil, not between dimensions, but between reasons. And underfoot, in the moss and rot, something else began glowing. Not neon, not electric, organic. Welcome to the next impossibility, the glowing moss. The glowing moss phenomenon. It shouldn't exist. Moss is fragile. Moss is meek. Moss is not supposed to glow in the dark like it's hosting rave night for microbial misfits. And yet, there it is, crawling across rocks and tree trunks, deep within the red forest, pulsing faintly with an eerie bioluminescent sheen. You need darkness to see it. Real darkness. Not the kind you get from a broken streetlight. The kind that settles inside your teeth. The first reports came from night patrol zone guards claiming to spot faint green light without flashlights. Investigators scoffed, of course, and then they saw it too. One biologist recorded time-lapse footage. The moss appeared to brighten between 1 and 3 a.m. every night, then fade back to normal. It wasn't phosphorescence, it wasn't chemical residue, and it wasn't from exposure to sunlight because there wasn't any. Samples were taken. The moss died before it could be studied. Always. Outside the zone, it loses its light. Scientists blamed transportation stress. Others suspected something darker. The glow was never biological, it was environmental. The moss, they whispered, was a mirror. But what was it reflecting? Speculations range from radioactive isotopes interacting with extremophile symbiotes to electrical fields warping cellular structures. One fringe theory claims the moss isn't alive anymore. It's undead plant matter, sustained by the ambient death of everything around it. Tourists who've wandered too close report strange symptoms. Vertigo, nosebleeds, hallucinations, not from touching the moss, just from being near it. One woman insisted she saw the moss crawl. Another claimed she heard it whispering not in words, but in feelings. Regret, hunger, cold. The zone, after all, doesn't need predators when the plants have secrets. And speaking of predators, what happens when evolution goes wrong on 4 legs and starts howling at the moon? They call them the zone beasts. The zone beasts legends. Wolves. That's what they're supposed to be. Gray, lean, wild. But in the exclusion zone, even predators start to shift. The wolves of Chernobyl are the stuff of whispered campfire warnings bigger than they should be, unafraid of humans, with eyes that shimmer too long in the dark. They move in silence, they don't flinch at radiation, and they don't die easily. There are stories always are about zone beasts, not just wolves, but things that resemble wolves with just enough off to give you nightmares. Extra limbs, elongated jaws. A way of moving that seems rehearsed, like theater designed for fear. One liquidator claimed he saw a pack silently circling a dead tree for hours. No howls, just waiting. Scientists studying these creatures find contradictions. Their DNA, shockingly intact. Their reproduction rates, higher than normal. Some researchers claim the zone is helping them natural selection on radioactive steroids. Others say they aren't adapting, they're mutating. And mutation, like grief, doesn't come clean. There are rumors of animal control workers called in not by the government, but by unnamed entities, hushed operations, quarantine zones within the already quarantined zone. Entire camera crews supposedly vanished while tracking wolf packs for a documentary. Technical difficulties, they said. The last footage? A wolf staring directly into the lens. No aggression. Just knowledge. These beasts, whatever they are, have learned to navigate the labyrinth of the exclusion zone better than any human. They avoid hotspots. They cross broken bridges. They know when a Geiger counter lies. And they know who belongs and who doesn't. Because right next to the forgotten Ferris wheel of Pripyat, something was supposed to bring joy. Instead, it now rusts in silence. A symbol of a day that never happened. Let's talk about opening day. The Pripyat Amusement Park opening day. It's hard to imagine a more haunting Iranian amusement park scheduled to open on May 1st, 1986, just 5 days after the reactor blew. A park designed for joy, engineered for laughter, standing silent as the invisible killer made its rounds. The centerpiece, of course, was the Ferris wheel. Tall, yellow, radiant in its stillness. It never officially turned for the children of Pripyat, but some claim it did spin briefly, defiant line the 27th of April. The stories vary. Some say the park was opened early to distract the citizens during the chaotic evacuation. Others insist it was simply used as a staging ground, and the wheel never moved. But eyewitnesses remain stubborn. A few former residents swear they rode the bumper cars that day. One woman recalls eating cotton candy as soldiers passed by in gas masks. There are photographs grainy, overexposed of the wheel in motion. Or maybe it was just wind. Maybe. What's not debated is what the park became. A tomb, a photograph, a metaphor. Trees burst through the pavement, rust devoured the swing rides. And the silence? It became deafening. Tourists visit now, often snapping selfies under the yellow gondolas. But some report an unease they can't shake, a sense of being watched. Others hear laughter, not malicious, just misplaced. Laughter that shouldn't be there. Radiation levels in the park remain abnormally high, despite being miles from the reactor, especially around the base of the Ferris wheel. Instruments fail, batteries die. Time moves differently. Some say too slow or too fast. They call it the loneliest amusement park in the world, and yet it draws people in like a siren, because frozen joy, like frozen grief, has a gravitational pull. And beneath that rusting steel, something leaks. Still, the sarcophagus leakage. They built it fast, brutally, efficiently, under duress. The original sarcophagus 1, the hastily constructed tomb that encased Reactor 4, wasn't meant to last forever. It was meant to shut it up, keep the monster quiet, seal away the molten radioactive remains like a madman in the attic. It didn't work. The structure began cracking almost immediately. Concrete does that under radioactive heat. Metal warps. The foundations shifted. By the early 1990s, internal temperatures fluctuated wildly. Water pooled inside, creating the nightmare scenario. Radioactive soup seeping into the soil. They tried to patch it. Sent in teams to weld, bolt, fill. But how do you fix a coffin that's alive? For years, rumors swirled about leaks that weren't being reported. Liquidators, though, still around described wet spots that shouldn't have been there. Engineers monitoring the structure occasionally reported radiation spikes, and then went silent. The official narrative was always the same: no significant leakage, just enough plausible deniability to keep the fear manageable. But if you listen closely, even the officials used strange phrasing, within acceptable thresholds, as if poison had a margin of safety. Some believed the sarcophagus wasn't failing. It was evolving, shifting under pressure that was not merely physical, the elephant's foot beneath it didn't cool evenly. Its chemical composition changed. It grew crystals. It grew veins. Tourists who stood near the sarcophagus reported feeling nauseous, anxious, even temporarily confused. Not from radiation, but from something else, something that pulsed in their peripheral vision just beyond understanding. It wasn't until decades later that the new safe confinement was slid into place, but by then, who knows what had already seeped out, into the soil, the air, the trees, into the whispers that now echo through the empty city. Which brings us to the next haunting question. Are those voices you hear even yours? The ghost town whispers.
You don't hear them right away. That would be too easy, too cinematic.
The whispers come after the silence settles and after your ears adjust to the kind of quiet that feels physical, like cotton in your skull. And then, a breeze, a breath, a name, but no one is there. Pripyat is a ghost town by definition, but also by consensus. Too many visitors, too many workers, too many soldiers have reported the same thing: whispers, disembodied voices, sometimes in Russian, sometimes in Ukrainian, sometimes in a language no one recognizes. They don't scream, they don't moan, they whisper. At first, researchers blamed it on acoustics, the peculiar echoes of crumbling concrete, the wind, maybe insects, but then audio was captured. Anomalies in recordings, low tones, reverse-sounding syllables, repeated phrases like "back again" and "still here." Paranormal researchers latched onto it, of course. They set up EVP equipment. Some even camped overnight. One team returned with audio so disturbing their editor refused to publish it. Rumor says it contained one of the investigators' names, whispered before they arrived. Skeptics dismiss it all. Power of suggestion. The brain craves patterns. But even the skeptics fall quiet inside the zone. There's a reverence to that place. A strange etiquette. As if you're intruding in someone else's house, someone who never invited you in. And here's where it gets worse. The whispers don't always stay in Pripyat. Some visitors report hearing them weeks later. In dreams. In white noise. In the static between radio stations. The voices follow. Or maybe they awaken something that was always waiting. You can't see radiation, but you can feel it, taste it, smell it, and if you listen too long, you might hear it breathing. They called it the invisible killer. But maybe it had a voice all along. The invisible killer perception. It didn't come with a sound. No bang, no flash, just a quiet rupture in a sealed system, and then the air changed forever. Radiation isn't like fire or water. It doesn't scorch visibly or drown loudly. It moves silently, elegantly, with surgical malice. It invades your body without protest, rewrites your cells without asking, and waits patiently while your organs try to understand what's happening. This is what makes Chernobyl so uniquely terrifying. Not just the physics, but the psychology. The fear of something you can't see, can't hear, can't touch. It forces a shift in perception. A broken branch becomes a warning. A flicker of light becomes a Geiger pulse. You begin to doubt the silence. And then, the horror sets in not from what you feel, but from what you don't. Many survivors spoke of a phantom sensation in the days after exposure. A metallic taste. A prickling on the skin. A sudden heat behind the eyes. Others claimed they could feel the radiation like an orosomething crawling beneath their skin, but without a source. Some even said it had a color, not red, not green, but something the brain had no name for. The invisible killer breeds paranoia, and in the Soviet Union, paranoia was already standard issue. Citizens were told not to panic, children were sent to school, parades were planned. But beneath the surface, everyone felt it, the silent betrayal of their own safety, the betrayal of their own senses. The most sinister part? Radiation leaves no immediate fingerprint. You walk away feeling fine. A little tired, maybe. A headache. Days later, your hair falls out. Weeks later, your organs start failing. Years later, your children are born with questions baked into their DNA. And who kept those questions quiet? Who knew more than they let on? The answer, of course, is as old as secrets: the KGB. The role of KGB in information suppression. When the reactor exploded, it wasn't just concrete that cracked, it was the thin facade of Soviet infallibility. And the men most concerned with preserving that illusion weren't scientists or engineers. They were listeners, recorders, editors of truth, the KGB. From the first flickers of trouble at Reactor 4, KGB operatives were already mobilizing not to help, but to redact. Reports were intercepted, phone lines monitored, journalists silenced. The official narrative? Everything is under control. Meanwhile, dosimeters were maxed out and discarded. Helicopters dropped sand and lead. People vomited in the streets. But the paperwork remained optimistic. The full extent of the cover-up is still a mystery. Internal memos hint at prior knowledge of design flaws in the RBMK reactor. Warnings were issued, then buried. Investigators died or vanished. One scientist tried to leak the details of the explosion's magnitude. He was reassigned, then hospitalized, then gone. His notes, of course, were misfiled. But it goes deeper. Witnesses claim KGB agents were seen retrieving documents from burning offices, not firefighters, not emergency personnel, spies. There's evidence entire blocks of data from reactor logs were deliberately destroyed. Early photos were confiscated. Some say a video exists taken in the control room minutes after the explosion. No one's seen it. Officially, it never existed. The KGB's primary concern wasn't safety, it was optics. Western powers were watching. The economy was fragile. Admitting to a nuclear disaster of this magnitude would shatter what little confidence remained. So the KGB managed reality like a public relations firm with fangs. And in that silence, damage grew. Radiation spread. People fled too late. Entire regions were sacrificed on the altar of secrecy. The damage didn't stop with the living. It passed into bloodlines, into hospital wards, into the faces of children born in the aftermath. And what it left behind, no one could unsee. The Chernobyl children deformities. There's no diplomatic way to describe it. Some of the children born in the wake of Chernobyl didn't look human. Not fully. Not in the way you expect children to look when they enter the world. Swollen skulls, webbed fingers, skin translucent like wax, eyes too larger, too small, spines curved like question marks, as if their bodies knew something the rest of us didn't. The state called them anomalies, statistical noise. Most were quietly buried without certificates. Some never left the hospitals they were born in. Others were adopted into silence by families who understood the cost of asking questions in the Soviet Union. But many lived. And what they lived with was unexplained. Doctors tried to classify the deformities: hydrocephalus, anencephaly, congenital heart defects. The medical textbooks had names, but they didn't have answers. Not to the frequency. Not to the clustering around irradiated zones, not to the mutations that defied genetic logic. And yet, not all the children were visibly deformed. Some looked fine for a while. Then came the tumors, the learning disabilities, the unexplained seizures, blood disorders, thyroid cancers at the age of 5, 10-year-olds with bone density like the elderly. Governments offered compensation. Foundations handed out pills. But what do you pay a generation for existing wrong? Some families clung to superstition. They said the reactor didn't just poison bodies, it cursed them, that some children had memories of things they shouldn't. One girl, born in 1992, claimed she dreamed of a tower falling into fire. She'd never seen pictures. She'd never been told. but she knew the number 4. And among the trees, beyond the checkpoints, animals began acting strangely, particularly one species clever, persistent, hard to kill, wild boar, still walking, still glowing, as if nothing had changed. The persistence of radioactive wild boar. They dig, they root, they thrive. The wild boar of the exclusion zone are not survivors in the noble symbolic sense, they are ecological insurgents. Nothing about them is supposed to work. Not their lifespan, not their fertility, certainly not their appetite for soil soaked in cesium and strontium. And yet, there they are, fat, brazen, tusked nightmares, snorting their way through radioactive thickets like armored pigs from a mythological fever dream. In the early years after the disaster, scientists expected population collapse. What they got was a boom. Wild boar numbers surged. At first, they said it was because humans had fled and left a paradise of abandonment. Fewer hunters, no roads, no fences. But that didn't explain the other part, the isotopic readings. These boar are radioactive. Not a little, not background levels. Some carry contamination in their bones, muscles, and organs that should kill them, or sterilize them. Or, at the very least, make them visibly mutated. But most look normal, bigger sometimes, faster, but normal. Radiologists tracked them, tagged them. Still the mystery deepened. Their migration patterns defy logic. Some wander far outside the zone, spreading contamination like hoofed couriers of fallout. Meat from these boar has shown up in market stalls hundreds of miles away, glowing figuratively, for now with forbidden isotopes. One disturbing theory suggests the boars aren't adapting. They're spreading a form of contaminated resilience. Their immune systems might be harboring bacteria or parasites that thrive on radioactive material. If true, it means they're not just surviving, they're incubating something. And they're not shy. Boar have been known to charge vehicles, destroy equipment, even circle campsites in eerie synchronized patterns. It's not just aggression, it's intent. In the shadow of their tusks and snouts, nature isn't recovering, it's reforming, becoming something new, something that doesn't flinch from fallout. And amid this chaotic regrowth, the past refuses to rot. Pripyat itself remains untouched in places preserved like a cursed museum, a time capsule waiting for someone to unlock it. The time capsule of Pripyat. Time doesn't pass in Pripyat, it collects. Like dust, like ash, like memories that refuse to scatter. The city was built for the future, modern, clean, efficient, a shining symbol of Soviet progress. And then, in a single night, it became a photograph. A freeze frame of 1986, fossilized by radiation and silence. Walk into one of its apartments, and you'll find toys still on shelves. Wedding photos yellowing on the walls, dishes in sinks, shoes by doors. All the punctuation marks of daily life, interrupted mid-sentence. It's as if time cracked open and spilled across the pavement. Tourists now wander these frozen spaces with cameras and masks, snapping images of decay dressed in nostalgia. But the real strangeness isn't what's crumbling, it's what isn't. Some objects remain shockingly intact. Paper that hasn't yellowed, clothes untouched by mold. One library was found with books open on desks, not a speck of dust. A nursery with pristine baby bottles, yet the ceiling above it had collapsed years before. Theories? Plenty. The dry climate, the isolation, low air currents. But there's another possibility, one that sits heavier than concrete. The radiation itself has sterilized time, stopped the processes of decay, of entropy, in strange selective ways. And people who stay too long in those rooms begin to feel it. The dislocation, the sense that the clocks have paused just for them. That if they say the right words, or touch the right object, they'll be pulled back into 1986, into someone else's life. The ghosts here don't walk, they sit, they read, they brush their hair. They're not memories, they're waiting. And while the city waits, the sky remembers. Because just days after the explosion, something unnatural hovered above the crater. Not a bird, not a helicopter, but an aircraft no one could identify seen, then gone. The unidentified aircraft over the reactor. It didn't appear on radar, it left no trail, and no one claimed it. But multiple witnesses, soldiers, firefighters, even plant workers reported seeing something hovering above reactor 4 in the hours or days following the explosion. A small aircraft, silent, low, observing. The official story? Misidentification, a news chopper, a weather balloon, the usual list of excuses handed out like aspirin. But the witnesses weren't vague. They described a craft no larger than a car, sleek, black, with no visible propulsion. Some said it shimmered. Others said it vanished literally before their eyes. One man, a helicopter pilot who flew over the core for reconnaissance, claimed to have nearly collided with it, said it moved like liquid light, darting sideways faster than his eyes could follow. Another technician, stationed on a rooftop during the containment effort, reported being bathed in a strange, pulsing light. The next day, he developed burns. Not radiation burns, something else. The doctors had no name for it. Whatever it was, it didn't return. Or if it did, it wasn't reported again. But its brief appearance has become part of the zone's mythos. Some say it was an experimental Soviet drone, though no records support such tech at the time. Others believe it was foreign surveillance, a NATO spy craft trying to peer into the Soviet wound. But the more fringe voices, the ones that whisper when the Geiger counter ticks a little too fast, think differently. They say it wasn't built by man, that it wasn't there to watch the disaster, it was there before the disaster. And maybe, just maybe, it was trying to stop it. Or worse, maybe it didn't try at all. Maybe it was just watching, documenting. Like the liquidators who followed, like the ghosts who whisper, like the foot that watched from below and then glowed. The liquidators glow. They joked about it at first. Gallows humor, because what else do you do when your job is to shovel radioactive hell off a roof with a lead-lined apron and no mask? The men who cleaned the Chernobyl reactor ruins in the days and weeks after the blast called themselves biorobots. Their task, to go where no machine could survive and pretend they weren't dying. Then some of them started to glow. It wasn't dramatic, no neon halos, just a faint bluish tint on their skin under dim light, a kind of shimmer around their edges at night. At first, it was dismissed as oil or dust or sweat reacting with moonlight, but it persisted, and it spread. The phenomenon became known among the liquidators as the glow. It usually appeared after long shifts near the reactor core. It faded after a few days, but only sometimes. Some men glowed for weeks. A few never stopped. Their wives noticed. Children cried. Dogs barked at them. Medics had no answers. Blood tests came back strange. Radiation levels in their skin were off the charts, but their internal organs showed inconsistent readings. Some glowers got sick quickly. Others seemed unaffected, almost invigorated. One soldier claimed he hadn't slept in 4 days, but felt no fatigue. He died on the 5th. Speculation ran rampant. Radiation-induced phosphorescence? Some new unclassified isotope effect? Or something worse, something existential? Had they been marked? Some believed the glow was a signal, that it made them visible to something else, something watching. Others thought it was the body trying to purge the unnatural. One grim theory, it wasn't a glow at all, but a leak of energy, of time, of life. And then the rain came. Not clean rain, not cleansing, but dark, oily, and full of fallout. The Black Rain. The Black Rain event. It didn't fall like rain. It fell like ash, pretending to be water, oily, slow, with a heaviness that clung to skin and windows and memory. The black rain of Chernobyl remains one of the most unnerving, visually unforgettable side effects of the meltdown. It began falling hours after the reactor burst, over regions downwind from the explosion. But it wasn't forecasted. It wasn't natural. Survivors remember it vividly. Raindrops the size of quarters, leaving black streaks on white laundry. Children played in it. Adults stood in confusion, assuming it was smoke or industrial soot. It wasn't. It was radioactive fallout, condensed in moisture-ion invisible death riding a visible medium. And here's the terrifying part. It wasn't uniform. The pattern of the black rain spread didn't follow expected wind patterns or precipitation models. Entire villages were skipped while neighboring fields were soaked. A random patchwork of contamination, almost as if something selective guided it. Scientific models couldn't account for the anomalies. The rain carried isotopes, not just from the exploded core, but also trace elements unaccounted for in the reactor's standard inventory. Some speculated they came from materials inside the reactor that weren't officially listed, perhaps military in origin. After the rain, people got sick, not all at once, not in predictable ways. Some suffered immediate burns. Others developed long-term conditions, neurological, autoimmune, unexplainable. Plants withered overnight. Animals fled or lay still in patterns that looked almost ritualistic. The Soviets scrubbed the data, denied everything. But the stains on rooftops remained for years. The rain had a smell too, like burning rubber and wet metal. Survivors still describe it decades later. Some even claim they can smell it before thunderstorms. And what of the insects? The ones that didn't die only changed. Some lit up the night, some moved differently, some became something else. The Chernobyl fireflies. They called them fireflies, but that's generous. Fireflies don't fly in straight lines like tracer bullets. Fireflies don't hover motionless over radiation hotspots like silent sentinels. And fireflies certainly don't glow green, blue, and white all at once. The first sightings came in the forests west of Pripyat, a few weeks after the meltdown. Liquidators on night shifts reported swarms of glowing insects that didn't behave like insects. They didn't swarm. They lingered, watching, orbiting. Some hovered around workers' heads and wouldn't leave, even when swatted. Then the reports shifted. These weren't regular fireflies altered by radiation. These were new, larger, some the size of a finger. Others said bigger. Their light didn't pulsate them. Lit up their insides, as if their bodies were thin membranes for some internal spark. Entomologists tried to study the phenomenon. Traps were set, samples were taken, most caught nothing. A few trapped insects that crumbled to dust within hours of capture. One biologist claimed he had a preserved specimen until it vanished. Literally vanished. The containment jar melted into a puddle of glass. Tourists have reported seeing them too, especially near dawn. They appear near ruins, churches, water. Some believe they're not insects at all, but electromagnetic anomalies, clusters of energy formed by the fusion of organic decay and radiation. A few fringe theories propose their synthetic life, accidentally created in the aftermath. The zone's first attempt at self-awareness. Then there's the sound. Several visitors have reported a faint, high-pitched hum when the fireflies appear, like a dog whistle tuned for paranoia. So the question remains, are they survivors, observers, or warnings? Because not all life within the zone is growing bigger, some is growing wrong. Even the trees, the silent, stoic trees, have begun to act like they remember something we don't. The radioactive trees myth. You don't expect trees to move. That's their whole thing, being stationary, stoic, eternal. But in Chernobyl, even that assumption falters. Among the rust and ruin, A persistent myth grew that the trees were shifting, not in the metaphorical sense, physically moving, twisting in unnatural ways, reaching. It started with liquidators. Men stationed near the Red Forest noticed that some trees seemed to change position overnight. Slight bends in their trunks, branches pointing differently, shadows that didn't match. Most chalked it up to paranoia or the optical effects of fatigue and fallout, but others took photos, compared them. Some swear the trees had moved. Then came the mutation reports. Trees with double trunks. Trees with bark that seemed to blister or pulse. Trees growing in patterns that suggested intention circles, spirals, paths. Biologists noted unusual growth rates in certain species, root systems 3 times deeper than normal, branches curling toward specific radioactive hotspots as if drawn to them. The idea took hold. What if the trees weren't just surviving the radiation but feeding on it? What if they weren't just changing, they were changing back, or forward, into something new? Visitors to the zone sometimes speak of feeling watched not by people, but by the forest itself. The trees don't rustle in the wind, they creak, groan, whisper. One tourist swears he saw a birch tree lean slightly toward him as he passed. Another reported finding footprints his own circling a pine he didn't remember walking around. Of course, there's no hard evidence, just anecdotes, blurry photographs, radiation anomalies. But that's how Chernobyl works. The absurd becomes probable, the impossible, routine. And deep inside the sarcophagus, among the rebar and steel, other things creak too. Not wood, not branches, but walls reactor, walls making noises, long after the fire died. The whispering walls of the reactor. You expect silence in a tomb, but Reactor 4 has never been silent. Even encased in steel and concrete, under layers of sarcophagi and decades of dread, it still makes sounds, creaks, groans, whispers. The first reports came from maintenance crews inside the sarcophagus. Workers reported faint noises that didn't match any known structural stress. Rhythmic taps, murmurs, a low-frequency hum that seemed to vibrate in their teeth. Engineers blamed it on thermal expansion, settling, or wind moving through the structure. But not all sounds could be so easily explained. One worker swore he heard voices not in Russian, not in any language he recognized. They weren't talking, he said. They were reciting, like a ritual. Another technician reported a child's voice calling for help, echoing through the ductwork. He quit the next day and refused to return. Acoustic studies found irregular reverberations in certain parts of the sarcophagus. Echoes that lasted too long. Echoes without origin. Some areas seemed to amplify even the softest sound, while others absorbed everything the dead zone for noise. And then there are the return whispers. You speak, you pause, and your words come back distorted, delayed, sometimes altered. One researcher said he whispered the word safe, only to hear leave return to him 10 seconds later. There's a theory, of course, that the structure isn't haunted, it's reacting. That the layers of radiation, metal, and memory have created a kind of artificial intelligence, primitive and accidental, formed not of code but consequence. It's not talking to us, it's remembering. And that remembering has roots. Long before the blast, some say strange things were already happening at the plant. Accidents, missteps, and deaths that didn't make the paperwork. Because not everyone who entered Reactor 4 lived to see it explode. And some didn't live to see anything again. The unexplained deaths of reactor staff before the explosion. In a system built on secrecy, silence comes cheap. And in the months leading up to April 1986, Reactor 4 became strangely quiet despite a growing list of personnel changes, whispered warnings, and unfiled reports. There were deaths, officially unrelated, statistically coincidental, an engineer found electrocuted in a substation, alone, though his shift hadn't started. A lab technician collapsed on his way to work stroke, they said, though he was 29. A janitor was found in the basement, drowned in a dry maintenance pit. The body was retrieved, and no one spoke of it again. What links them isn't method, but location. All three worked near the reactor core. All three had reported anomalous, strange readings, odd noises, electrical issues weeks before their deaths. Their concerns were either dismissed or deleted. There's talk of a fourth, a control room operator who reportedly went missing entirely. Never clocked out, never went home, his belongings were boxed up, no investigation. Just a quiet mention in a personnel log. Resigned. Some believe these deaths were unrelated. Industrial accidents in a high-risk facility. But the pattern draws attention. Those who raised alarms stopped raising them. Those who looked too closely at the reactor's behavior in its final days found themselves silenced by accident or otherwise. There's even a rumor of a pre-blast evacuation drill conducted with a small subset of staff. The official reason? Fire preparedness. But several who participated never returned to their roles. No one has their names. And if you ask the few survivors, they'll shake their heads, not in denial, in resignation, as if some part of them always knew something was wrong, not just technically, but cosmically. That the disaster didn't start at 1:23 a.m., it started long before, in the bones of the place. And in those bones, something still prowls. Not a ghost, a survivor, feline, and feral. The Chernobyl cat tales. Cats aren't supposed to survive a nuclear meltdown. That's not a metaphor, it's statistical. Small animals with high metabolic rates are particularly vulnerable to radiation exposure. But the cats of Chernobyl didn't read the textbooks. They stayed behind when their owners fled. They nested in broken cupboards, gave birth in cracked bathtubs, hunted among the haunted, and they survived. Some were shot during the initial sweep when the Soviet military was tasked with liquidating the remaining pets. But not all. Some ran, some hid, some adapted. Now, decades later, their descendants prowl the ruins of Pripyat and the reactor's outer edges, slinking through broken windows, sleeping on reactor side pipes, watching tourists from rusted rooftops. They are not ordinary cats anymore. The first thing people notice is their boldness. They approach humans without fear but never fully trust. They vanish when approached, but always seem to reappear, observing, choosing. Then there's the physical anomalies, not dramatic. No glowing eyes or extra limbs, just subtleties, ears that twitch to inaudible sounds, paws that move silently across shattered glass. One biologist claimed the zone's cats seemed impossibly agile, even by feline standards. Another noted unusual resilience to illness, immunity perhaps, or something stranger. Visitors often take photos with them, some feed them. One woman claimed the same cat followed her across 3 separate days in different parts of the zone. She nicknamed him Lazarus. A month later, she saw a cat with identical markings outside her apartment window in another country. No one knows how many cats live in the zone. Estimates vary wildly. Some say dozens, some say hundreds. But one thing is agreed upon: they don't leave. They've become something else. Not pets, not feral, something between ghost and guardian. And for those who try to return human or not, there's something else that stops them, something they feel but can't see. The invisible barrier of the zone. There's a moment, they say, when you step into the zone and your body knows, before the Geiger counter ticks, before the air changes. You cross an invisible line, and something inside you whispers, "Turn around." It's not a wall. It's not marked. But people feel it. Tourists, scientists, soldiers. A weight in the chest, a pressure on the skin, a sense that you've walked through an unseen membrane into a place that doesn't want you. Some have described it as magnetic, others call it spiritual, but those who spend time in the exclusion zone begin to speak of an invisible boundary, not just geographic, but psychological. An edge you don't cross twice. One man described it as walking into someone else's memory. Another claimed that the bird stopped chirping the moment he passed it. There are practical theories, of course: microclimate differences, sound dynamics, radiation hotspots too diffuse for instruments to detect, but none of these explain the consistency of the reports, or the fact that this barrier seems to shift. What was passable one day becomes unwelcoming the next. Some zone workers refuse to enter certain areas, citing nothing but instinct. Equipment fails near these invisible lines, batteries drain, compasses spin, and those who push forward sometimes report losing time. 5 minutes unaccounted for, an hour passed in a blink. One woman said she stood in a clearing for a moment, then found herself 2 kilometers away, with no memory of walking. "There's an idea," whispered among the older liquidators, "that the zone is alive, that it remembers, that it learns who you are, and decides whether you're allowed in and are allowed out. And past that point of no return, even the reactor's defenses stop mattering. Because what happened in Reactor 4 wasn't just human error, it was a cascade of systems that failed in unison. Or didn't fail at all, but refused to work for reasons no manual could explain. The unexplained failure of Reactor 4's safety systems. On paper, it should have worked. Reactor 4 of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant was equipped with multiple redundant safety systems, cooling pumps, emergency shutdown protocols, control rods designed to absorb neutrons and halt the reaction. It was engineered to fail gracefully, but it didn't fail. It detonated. The official explanation is a combination of design flaws and operator error, a late-night test gone wrong, control rods inserted too slowly, graphite tips that momentarily accelerated the reaction instead of slowing it. It makes sense, mostly. But then there's the part that doesn't. Several technicians reported anomalies before the test began: flickering indicators, inconsistent readings, equipment behaving erratically. One engineer said the reactor felt off. Another reported that several instruments gave different readings simultaneously, showing overheating, another showing cooldown. These inconsistencies were dismissed. Soviet machinery always had quirks, but quirks don't cause graphite to explode. More troubling are the rumors of locked log system records erased after the incident. Witnesses claim certain safety systems didn't just fail, they refused to engage. Manual overrides were unresponsive. Backup generators delayed. Alarms failed to sound until the detonation had already begun. One operator was said to have exclaimed, "It's not stopping, it's not listening," just seconds before the explosion. Some believe the system was compromised. Not hacked, not sabotaged, haunted. That something in the machine turned against its makers not out of malice, but inevitability. Others point to quantum anomalies. That the energy inside Reactor 4 wasn't just nuclear, it was experiential. That something about the test created a feedback loop of reality and probability that couldn't be unwound. Whatever the cause, the systems designed to protect failed all at once, as if orchestrated. And from that failure came a blast so powerful it etched a legacy into the bones of the land and into the predators that still stalk it. Predators that now walk on 4 legs, bigger than they should be, and far too quiet. The Chernobyl wolf's size. Wolves have always been a symbol of the wild, predators, survivors. But in Chernobyl, they are something else, something larger, something exaggerated as if shaped not just by evolution but by myth, fear, and fallout. Reports began trickling in within a decade of the disaster. Wolves inside the exclusion zone were bigger than their counterparts outside it. Taller shoulders, Thicker fur, heavier jaws, more aggressive posture, packs that operated more like paramilitary units than wild animals. Hunters began calling them gray shadows, not just for their color but their elusiveness. They seemed to appear and vanish at will, immune to traps, cameras, and bullets. Scientists initially dismissed the size claims as anecdotal, until they started tagging them. The data didn't lie. Some wolves in the zone were up to 50% larger than regional averages. They traveled further, bred more frequently, and displayed behaviors that defied conventional ethology. They weren't just surviving in the radioactive zone, they were dominating it. Why? That's still a mystery. Radiation, in theory, should weaken populations over time, causing sterility, deformities, reduced lifespan. But not here. Not with them. Their bone density is higher. Their immune systems seem hyper-efficient. Even their teeth larger, with fewer cavities, less wear. It's as though the radiation filtered them, burned away the weak, and left behind an apex predator re-engineered by catastrophe. Some researchers suggest genetic drift. Others whisper darker theories that the wolves aren't adapting, but were always different, changed by something else. That they're responding not just to the environment, but to something underneath it. There are stories of wolves circling reactors at night, howling toward the vent stacks, of packs moving in geometric patterns, avoiding contaminated zones as if guided by unseen maps. And sometimes, the glow in their eyes isn't reflection, it's something else. And deep beneath their padded paws, puddles glimmer with a strange light, not from stars, but from something unholy in the water. The glowing water phenomenon. Water is supposed to be clean, reflective, life-giving. In Chernobyl, it behaves differently, especially at night, especially when no one's watching. Tourists and researchers have reported it for years. Puddles, streams, even shallow pools within the exclusion zone that appear to glow faintly in the dark. Not brightly, not dramatically, just a soft, eerie luminescence, like moonlight bleeding from the soil upward through the water's skin. Some dismiss it as phosphorescent algae. Others say it's merely the way certain minerals reflect ambient light. But there are places in the zone where there is no light, no moon, no power, no nearby illumination, and the water still glows, pulsing, breathing. Scientists took samples. Nothing conclusive. Some returned with trace amounts of radioactive isotopes, yes, but nothing that should cause visible luminescence. Others brought back jars that glowed in the lab then went dark the next day. And the behavior of the glowing water isn't consistent. It appears only in certain seasons, only in specific zones. One researcher noted it often appears near sites where underground pipes have long since ruptured, suggesting chemical leaching. But why only some of those places? And why do animals avoid them? There's a pattern, some say. A rhythmic cycle. Every 29 days, the glow intensifies. On the 30th day, it vanishes. One fringe theory connects the phenomenon to gravitational shifts, claiming the zone itself has entered into some sympathetic resonance with the moon's pull, that the water glows because the Earth is remembering something unnatural embedded in its crust. Others believe it's not water glowing at all, but something beneath it, a buried material or organism responding to unseen cues, or perhaps it's the land itself bleeding out a warning. And the people drawn to these places, short-term visitors, long-term explorers, sometimes find they brought something back with them. Not illness, something subtler, a change in rhythm, a hum beneath their skin. And if you listen closely in those glowing places, all you hear is silence. But silence, too, can kill. The Chernobyl tourists' health risks. They come for the thrill, the photos, the darkness soaked in history. Tourists enter the exclusion zone believing they're dancing with danger, safely escorted by guides, wrapped in novelty Geiger counters, armed with bottled water and bravado. But radiation is not a ride. It is a memory that clings to you. Officially, the short visits are safe. Exposure is minimal, the authorities claim, comparable to a transatlantic flight. But then, strange things start happening. A rash that won't go away. Persistent fatigue, metallic taste in the mouth, dreams filled with static and fire. Doctors wave it off. Coincidence, psychosomatic stress, but patterns emerge, clusters of symptoms, recurring complaints. One man said he felt like a microwave was left on inside me. Another claimed he hadn't slept in weeks every time. He closed his eyes. He heard a ticking, not from outside, but from his own skull. There are stories of visitors who developed sudden vertigo while standing near the Ferris wheel, of others who blacked out for seconds at a time in the red forest. And more than one person has claimed they returned from Chernobyl with a new allergy metal, plastic, even sunlight. Then there's the lingering. Some who've been to the zone report long-term changes in perception, not hallucinations adjustments, a sharper sense of time, an awareness of being watched. An inexplicable dread that spikes every day at exactly 1:23 a.m. Of course, these are not things you can file with your insurance company. There's no line item for exposure to the spiritual residue of a man-made apocalypse. And yet, it changes you, subtly, completely, because when you leave Chernobyl, part of you stays, and what returns, it might not be alone. Even the wind seems to hesitate in Pripyat, and when it doesn't, all you're left with is silence. And silence, in a city that once roared, can make every footstep echo like an accusation. The silent city acoustics. Pripyat does not echo the way it should. The laws of acoustics bend oddly in a place where concrete and memory decay side by side. Sound behaves differently here, not just muffled, but rearranged. A cough comes back late. A footstep sounds like a whisper. And sometimes, silence rings louder than noise. It's not just quiet it's wrong. Tourists entering Pripyat often report an almost painful stillness, like the air is holding its breath. No cars, no chatter, no hum of electricity. Just wind moving through hollow apartments and the occasional metallic clink of something falling far away, something that probably wasn't touched. Then there's the weirdness of scale. In certain areas, large spaces like gymnasiums or auditoriums produce no echo at all. Clap your hands, and the sound dies in your palms. In others, narrow hallways stretch sound like elastic, sending a single breath down the corridor in rolling waves. One visitor claimed she could hear her own heartbeat bouncing off the walls, amplified like it was being played back to her. Scientists might chalk this up to the breakdown of materials, the irregular geometry of decay, the unique microclimate that now defines the zone. But some anomalies defy these explanations. Like the persistent low hum reported near schools and hospitals. No source, no machine, just a droning that creeps into your skull and makes you forget what quiet ever meant. Others speak of acoustic shadows, spots where all noise vanishes. Not even your own voice returns to you. These areas are small, circular, and inexplicable. Some believe they're the acoustic fingerprints of whatever moment got trapped in the instant the city died. And if you stand in those spots long enough, some say you'll start to hear something not quite sound, not quite memory, something in between. And that's when the instruments start lying. The missing radiation anomaly. You bring your Geiger counter to Chernobyl expecting it to sing, expecting it to wail like a violin on fire. And in many places it does. The zone is a fractured symphony of invisible decay. But then there are places where it goes silent, places where it should scream but doesn't. And that silence is not reassuring. It's the mystery of the missing radiation. In zones known to be contaminated like rooftops once scraped by liquidators, soil beneath the red forest, certain hallways inside the reactor readings come back clean, too clean, suspiciously clean. And not just once, repeatedly. Different teams, different instruments, same silence. Some scientists attribute this to shielding perhaps metal infrastructure beneath the surface absorbing the radiation. Others suggest soil redistribution, natural erosion, or microclimate interference. But there's a snag. Sometimes, the same site reads differently on different days. A hotspot today is inert tomorrow, then active again by dusk. One eerie possibility? That the radiation is still there, just temporarily hidden, cloaked by some reaction we don't understand. A phase shift, an atmospheric trick, or maybe something more sinister, that something is actively masking it. There's also the matter of perception. Several visitors claim to feel symptom headaches, nausea, dizziness in places where their dosimeters read 0. One physicist grew so frustrated with the inconsistency that he brought his own lead shielding to test local magnetic fields. His readings fluctuated violently, then normalized. He left the zone and refused to return. Some now theorize that the radiation behaves like a living system. It moves, it breathes, it hides when it wants to, as if it has memory, preference, even motive. And when it does make itself known, it often leaves behind a trail of ash, bone, and contradiction, especially in that first moment when the sky exploded and people looked up. And what they saw? That's still a debate. 33 mysteries in, and if you're still here, you're either extremely curious or already a part of the zone. Either way, hit that subscribe button before something hits you back. And let's make this weirder drop a comment. Where are you watching from, and what time is it right now? Because Chernobyl may be stuck in 1986, but you're right on time. The Chernobyl mushroom cloud descriptions. When reactor 4 exploded, it wasn't supposed to produce a mushroom cloud. That kind of image is reserved for nuclear bombs, not power plant malfunctions. And yet, dozens if not hundreds of eyewitnesses described it that way, a towering column of smoke, fire, and debris rising like an apocalyptic tree into the early morning sky. The official reports emphasize it was a steam explosion, a fireball, a structural breach. But photographs taken from miles away tell another story, something tall, symmetrical, rising too cleanly, too ominously. Some said the cloud glowed, others claimed it had colors, pink, green, violet. A few remembered lightning crackling within it, even though the sky was clear. One liquidator recounted that the air turned thick with ozone and static, and he could feel the hairs on his arms rise just before the sound hit, a deep, concussive roar that seemed to vibrate the blood in his veins. But what really confounds the narrative is the variability. Not everyone saw the same thing. One man described the explosion as a column of fire splitting the night, while another, standing just blocks away, said he saw nothing, only heard the bang and felt a pressure wave knock him flat. A schoolteacher in Pripyat claimed the cloud formed a shape, something with arms. A technician swore he saw it spiral upward like a vortex. Others reported it splitting mid-air, forming a second pillar that twisted like a serpent. Why the inconsistencies? Some blame the angle, the shock, the unreliable lens of trauma, but others suggest something else, that the explosion bent light, bent perception, that it wasn't just matter being hurled skyward, but something else, something conceptual, that the reactor wasn't just a machine breaking apart, but a reality unraveling. And underneath it all, buried in steel and secrecy, lay another structure entirely, not for power, not for energy, but for listening, always listening. The underground city of Chernobyl. 2. You've seen the rusted towers. The towering wall of iron known as Duga, part of the secretive Chernobyl 2 military complex. It looks like a dead insect pinned to the sky. But what lies beneath Duga is far more unsettling. Because according to declassified whispers, there's something under there. A network, a bunker, an underground city. Officially, Chernobyl 2 was a radar station, a Soviet ear tuned to the west. But unofficially, it was a fortress, a command node, and perhaps a vault. Multiple defectors claimed that below the main facility, several levels of subterranean chambers were constructed, some as deep as 300 feet, concrete reinforced with steel, rooms lined with lead, entire operations sealed in earth. Their purpose? That's where the mystery begins. Some say it was for continuity of government in the event of nuclear war. Others argue it was a black site research hub, experimenting with radiation adaptation or mind control technologies tied to the Duga radar signal. A few believe it was part of a larger Soviet psychic warfare program, an echo of Cold War paranoia made physical. But what raises eyebrows are the access logs, or rather, the gaps in them. After the disaster, Chernobyl 2 was officially evacuated. But multiple satellite images from the 90s suggest activity continued at the site, lights flickering at night, heat signatures underground, trucks entering, none exiting. And then there's the power issue. Duga drew an enormous amount of electricity, far more than could be explained by radar alone. Where was the rest going? Some believe into subterranean systems, massive computers, or worse, containment systems. Tour guides today are prohibited from entering the lower levels. Structural instability, they're told. But sometimes, late at night, those living nearby report sounds mechanical, deep, repetitive, like breathing. And buried in those depths, perhaps, lies a different kind of treasure. One not built of steel, but of fear. Gold, they say, or something like it. The Chernobyl gold myth. Not all treasure glitters. Some glows. And in the chaos of Chernobyl's evacuation, a legend formed an urban myth of lost wealth hidden inside the zone. They call it Chernobyl gold, not literal gold bars, though some versions include those. More often, the term refers to valuables left behind. Coins, jewels, contraband, research data, priceless things abandoned in the radioactive rush. In the first days after the meltdown, people fled with what they could carry, but many assumed they'd return soon. 3 days, they were told. They left behind photo albums, clothing, furniture and safes, locked drawers, deposit boxes, bank vaults, embedded in government offices, some of which have never been reopened. Then came the scavengers, looters in hazmat suits, black market operatives combing ruins. Some found antiques, others found more troubling relics, Soviet prototypes, classified tech. But a few, the lucky or cursed few, found the gold. There's a story of a man who entered an abandoned apartment complex and found a suitcase filled with rubles. He took it. Weeks later, he developed radiation sickness and died. When his belongings were recovered, the suitcase was gone. Another tale speaks of a liquidator who discovered a crate of uncut diamonds in a customs office. He buried it, then vanished before he could return. Most tantalizing are the rumors of lead-lined containers, deep underground, marked with biohazard symbols and sealed with steel. Some say they contain gold, others nuclear materials, others things unnamed, sensitive documents, sealed experiments, time-stamped containers not meant to be opened until decades later. To this day, rumors persist of treasure hunts groups that enter the zone not for science or tourism, but for profit. Some return, some don't. Some are found wandering, unable to speak, clutching nothing. Because in Chernobyl, the real gold isn't material, it's life, and it's growing quietly, wildly where it shouldn't be growing at all. The zone's healing power theories. It defies logic. It offends science. And yet, it persists. The belief that the exclusion zone is healing, not just itself, but those who enter it. The theory began with whispers. A man with cancer visited the zone in 1992. Months later, his tumors had shrunk. Another, with a chronic immune disorder, lived inside the border illegally for years, and his symptoms vanished. Anecdotes piled up. None proven, all suspicious. But the land tells a different story. Flora flourishes, fauna thrives, species once vanishing now roam in healthy numbers, not just surviving the radiation, but flourishing in it. Trees sprout in asphalt. Mushrooms grow from rusted metal. Birds nest in cooling towers. Some researchers claim the absence of humans allowed for a kind of ecological rebirth. Others believe it's more than that. A handful of fringe biologists propose that radiation, in the right doses, may catalyze a form of hyper-adaptation cells learning to resist, repair, evolve. If true, it would mean the zone isn't killing its teaching. There are self-settlers, elderly residents who refuse to leave and lived for decades among the decay. Many are still alive, outliving their city-born counterparts. They claim the air in Chernobyl is cleaner, the food purer. They speak of a kind of peace of never getting sick, of sleeping better. Their gardens grow where the soil should be sterile. Cynics call it nonsense, placebo, survivorship bias. But even they can't explain the numbers. The zone is, by every metric, toxic. And yet, something persists, something vital, alive. Maybe it's not the zone that heals. Maybe it's what the zone removed: noise, industry, interference. Or maybe the disaster awakens something ancient in the soil, something older than science, something that doesn't want us there, but knows how to forgive. And in the sky, circling high above that strange forgiveness, the hunters return. Not men, not myths, but raptors with radioactive eyes, the Chernobyl birds of prey adaptations. Raptors are meant to die out in poison lands. That's the rule. They're apex predators, finely tuned to clean ecosystems. But the exclusion zone is a place where rules die faster than anything else, and in the sky above Chernobyl, the raptors are still circling. Hawks, falcons, owls, eagles. Birds of prey that should have vanished in the first wave of fallout now thrive where no logic says they should. They hunt over abandoned fields, nest in transmission towers, and build homes in cooling vents. And here's the twist. They're not just surviving, they're changing. Scientists tracking raptor populations in the zone report unexpected behavior, increased clutch sizes, early hatching, oddly low mortality rates among chicks. One ornithologist described the hawks in the zone as larger, bolder, and almost tactical. There are reports of nesting sites where radioactive readings spike, yet the chicks emerge unscathed. Others show birds regrowing feathers faster than normal, or developing melanistic, dark-colored plumage, thought to protect against radiation. One hawk was found with what looked like glowing eyes, but it wasn't reflection. The tissue itself emitted a faint, steady light. Predatory birds typically suffer bioaccumulation, building up toxins from their prey, but in the zone, it's different. Their prey is radioactive, yet the birds live. How? Some suggest genetic adaptation. Others theorize that certain strains of bacteria in their guts have mutated to neutralize contaminants. But these are guesses, insufficient ones. Locals don't call them birds. They call them watchers, guardians, or omens. There are superstitions that seeing a hawk in the zone is a sign of death, but of being marked. One tourist claimed a falcon followed her for days. It perched above her, appeared in photos. Then, back home, she found a single black feather on her pillow. And the truth? Some answers were lost before they could be found. Locked in briefcases, buried in drawers, sealed in vaults that were never meant to open. The lost documents of the Chernobyl investigation. You can't bury a nuclear explosion. But the Soviets tried. Not with dirt, with paperwork. Mountains of it. Edited, redacted, disappeared. The official investigation into the Chernobyl disaster generated thousands of pages, hours of testimony, stacks of internal memos. But there's a whole several, actually right in the middle of the narrative. Entire documents vanished. Initial incident reports. Logs from Reactor 4's final test sequence. Medical records from the first responders. Lab analyses. Radiation maps. Surveillance tapes. Some were said to be accidentally incinerated. Others were misplaced in the chaos. A few classified for national security. There's the mystery of the missing reactor logs. A 37-minute blackout from 1:05 a.m. to 1:42 a.m., the most critical window before the explosion. Files that should have recorded the reactor's behavior second by second simply don't exist. Some suggest the systems failed. Others suggest the data was erased manually by someone who didn't want the truth known. Witnesses recall being asked to sign blank forms. Medical personnel were told not to record cause of death as radiation. Families of deceased liquidators received incomplete paperwork, missing dates, blacked out names, unlisted autopsy results. Then there's the anomaly in the engineering archives. A missing schematic page for the reactor's AZ-5 shutdown mechanism. One engineer swore he'd seen it before the disaster. Afterward, he was told he misremembered. And the final insult? The lead investigator into the reactor's design defects died of natural causes at 47. His briefcase was missing. His office cleaned within hours. What were they hiding? Design flaws. A deeper conspiracy. A discovery so dangerous it couldn't be trusted with the world? The zone is silent now, but the trees might still remember. And those trees grow in soil fed by more than rain. They reach deep into bones, into secrets, into something that continues to feed. The Chernobyl tree's root systems. Beneath the surface of Chernobyl soil lies a subterranean forest roots entangled like veins in diseased flesh. And these roots don't behave like they should. They grow deeper, wider, hungrier. Forests in radioactive zones typically weaken. Trees wither, soil acidifies. But not here. In parts of the Red Forest and beyond, trees are thriving not just above ground, but below. Biologists drilling core samples have found roots far deeper than expected. Trees that should tap out at a few meters extend down 10, sometimes 20 meters into the earth. Why? One hypothesis: they're chasing something. Nutrients, maybe. Or perhaps heat. Another idea: radiation, induced hypergrowth. That the contamination has warped their internal chemistry, making them more aggressive. A few fringe theorists even argue the trees are evolving toward mobility. Not walking, not yet, but repositioning roots, subtly shifting location year by year. Then there's the absorption anomaly. Soil tests around root systems show fluctuating radiation levels, suggesting the trees are drawing radioactive isotopes from the earth like water. Some trees store it in their bark. Others seem to metabolize it, breaking it down in ways science still can't fully chart. And sometimes, those trees debut not like normal trees. Their trunks collapse inward. Their bark becomes brittle, crystalline. One forestry researcher reported finding a tree whose heartwood had turned black and soft like tissue, like muscle. Walk through those woods, and you'll notice strange patterns. Rings of growth, too uniform. Paths that seem to move. Some even claim that fallen branches point toward the reactor. Always. The roots, it seems, are not just feeding. They're listening, remembering, perhaps reaching. And what grows beneath such haunted earth doesn't just shape trees. It seeps upward into the minds of men, especially the ones who faced Chernobyl's core up close only to carry the scars in places no doctor could ever reach. The liquidator's psychological trauma. Radiation burns the flesh, but it doesn't stop there. For the liquidators, the hundreds of thousands sent to clean up Chernobyl in its most lethal days, the damage often went deeper. Into the marrow, into the mind. Official reports documented acute radiation syndrome, organ failure, cancer, but what they didn't account for was what happened afterward. The dreams, the paranoia, the irreversible sense of disconnection. Many liquidators described persistent nightmare-sleeping visions of the explosion, of metal melting, of blue light bleeding from their hands. One man claimed he dreamt of walking through a hallway filled with mirrors, each showing a different version of himself, all dying, all watching. And then there were the behavioral shifts, mood swings, rage, isolation, memory lapses, hallucinations. Some began to hear things whispers and mechanical hums, voices in the white noise of televisions left on overnight. A small group in the early 1990s developed what researchers called environmental dissociation disorder. They no longer felt real. One wrote in his journal, "I think I was left behind there. Just walking around now in someone else's body." Psychiatrists chalked it up to trauma, stress, grief. But something in the numbers didn't add up. Even among liquidators who weren't exposed to lethal radiation, psychological symptoms bloomed at abnormal rates. A few had no memory of the event, at all just fragments, missing hours, déjà vu that went on for days. Unofficial debriefings hinted at stranger things. One report mentions a group of 10 men who, after a week of roof clearing, refused to speak, not out of fear, out of choice. As if they'd learned something they didn't want to share. Some liquidators still don't speak of Chernobyl. Not because they can't, but because they believe speaking it aloud gives it power. Because even now, something in them glows. And for those who listened closely in the dark, even the night had wings. The Chernobyl bats mutation. They shouldn't be there. Bats are sensitive, creatures fragile, ecological barometers that flee at the scent of imbalance. But in Chernobyl, they're not only present, they're changing. Reports of mutated bats began trickling in during the early 2000s. Initially dismissed as exaggerations, bats, after all, are already strange. These stories gain traction as more biologists returned from the zone with photos, specimens, and accounts that couldn't be brushed aside. The most obvious anomaly? Size. Bats with wingspans exceeding expectations by nearly 50%. One researcher swore she saw one the size of a hawk gliding silently near Reactor 3. Another anomaly: sonar range. Some bats inside the zone appear to navigate using frequencies beyond what standard echolocation equipment can even detect. Then there's their behavior. They don't cluster in caves or trees. They roost in machines, abandoned control panels, broken transformers, old cooling vents. They're drawn to electronics, even dead ones. One team left a Geiger counter on overnight and returned to find it surrounded by bats, their wings brushing the device in perfect rhythm. Their fur is darker, their eyes glacier, and in rare cases, they seem almost unafraid of light. Some fly during the day. A few even approach humansolently, curiously, without aggression. But they don't seem interested in food or fear, just proximity. Theories abound that these bats have developed heightened sensitivity to electromagnetic fields, that they're feeding off radiation directly or indirectly. One particularly unnerving hypothesis suggests they may be carriers of mutated viruses, dormant until triggered by environmental stress. And then there's the sound. A few researchers have captured faint, rhythmic pulses during bat swarms like a heartbeat, but not from the bats, from the ground. As if their flight stirs something beneath the soil. They're not just creatures of the dark anymore. They are creatures of the deep. And from deep in the wetlands, even more curious transformations crawl to the surface: green, amphibious, and turning very, very black. The Chernobyl frog's color change. Frogs have always been harbingers of rain, of rot, of ecological catastrophe. So when frogs in the Chernobyl exclusion zone began changing color, Scientists noticed, but not fast enough. It started slowly. A handful of dark green frogs near the cooling ponds, then darker, then black. Within years, an entire subpopulation of frogs had emerged with near pitch-black skin, sleek and glossy like oil. But they weren't sick, they were thriving. Initial studies suggested the melanin in their skin helped absorb and neutralize radiation, an evolutionary response accelerated by necessity, natural selection wearing a trench coat and sprinting through fallout. But this wasn't gradual. This was generational speed no textbook accounted for. Within just a few reproductive cycles, the black frogs outnumbered the green. Their pigmentation wasn't the only thing that changed. Some grew larger, lived longer, croaked louder. Their calls were deeper, slower, almost rhythmic, like something echoing back from the past. Then came the anomalies. Certain frogs developed mirrored eyes. Others displayed regenerative properties, limbs healing faster than expected. One was observed regrowing a lost digit within weeks. Another, tagged and wounded, vanished for months only, to return larger and seemingly unharmed. Some scientists suggested radiation-induced mutation. Others leaned toward adaptive camouflage. But the data remained inconsistent. Frogs in equally contaminated zones didn't always show the same traits. There was something specific, something local to the Pripyat water systems. And then, a disturbing pattern emerged. Black frogs seemed to congregate around buried structures, around places not mapped, places that should have been sterile, sealed. One biologist joked they were guardians. Another, less amused, called them scouts. Their presence seems to signal a shift in the zone's balance. Because when amphibians thrive in poison, it's not a sign of recovery. It's a sign the old rules no longer apply. And that perhaps something or someone is keeping new ones. Hidden, watching, unseen. The zone's unseen guardians, legends. The zone has guards, this much is true. Armed patrols, border sensors, fences, and signs warning you not to enter. But those aren't the guardians the locals talk about. No, they whisper of others. Unseen, ancient, things that don't wear uniforms but still enforce the boundaries of the forbidden. The legends vary, depending on who you ask. Some speak of shadows that move against the light. Others describe static distortions in the air, like a heat wave where there is no heat. A few claim to have felt hands on their shoulders, cold and firm, while alone in abandoned buildings only to turn and find nothing but dust. Tourists often dismiss it as nerves, fear playing tricks, but the locals and the long-term zone workers know better. They don't joke about it. They don't go into certain areas. And if they do, they don't go alone. There are stories of cameras refusing to work in specific locations, not because of battery failure or radiation interference, but because something doesn't want to be seen. Some have captured blurred shapes on footage, not quite human, not quite animal, always just at the edge of the frame. One drone operator swore he saw something following his machine through the trees. When he retrieved the footage, it was corrupted. All of it. And then there are the disappearances. Few, but persistent. Solo travelers, illegal explorers, ghost hunters. They go in. Their last messages are mundane. All good. Heading to the Ferris wheel. Then nothing. No signals, no bodies, just gone. Some believe the zone defends itself. That whatever happened in 1986 didn't just contaminate the land, it awakened something. Something territorial. Not malevolent, but protective. Not vengeful, but exact. And the spiders? They seem to understand the boundaries. They build bigger webs near the no-go zones, waiting, watching, growing. The Chernobyl spider's size. No one came to Chernobyl looking for spiders, but they found them anyway. Bigger than they should be, faster than expected, and far more organized than anyone's comfortable admitting. At first, researchers thought it was an anomaly, just a few oversized specimens in particularly warm microclimates. But then, they kept showing up. Large orb weavers spinning massive webs across corridors, stairwells, even between lampposts in the open air. Some webs spanned meters. Some were layered, almost architectural. The spiders themselves, not mutated monstrosities. They don't glow. They don't have extra legs. They just grew. Unnaturally large abdomens, thick legs. Unusual coloration, matte black, with faint red streaks along their sides, like veins drawn by a nervous hand. They're also smarter, more reactive. Visitors who've tried to brush them away report the spiders not fleeing but watching. One researcher claimed she felt observed by a cluster of spiders for over an hour. She left and never returned. Biologists suggest increased radiation may have influenced their metabolism or triggered latent genetic traits. That's the optimistic take. The darker one? That the spiders are responding to something no longer in the soil or the air but in the zone's very rhythm, as if they're building webs not just to catch food but to map something. Then there's the phenomenon of synchronized webbing, entire colonies that construct at once, overnight, as if guided by an unseen cue. Some zone workers have awoken to find their shelters wrapped in silk. Others have described entire hallways transformed into tunnel-like web corridors. The spiders do not attack. They do not retreat. They simply exist. Bigger, bolder, as if they know something is coming, or already here. And in the silence of the patrol routes, you might still hear boots, echoes of law and order, but no men, just uniforms, and questions about who or what keeps watch. The ghost patrols of the zone. They wear no insignia. They don't respond to radio. They're not listed on any shift rosters, but they walk the zone with military precision, rifles slung, backs straight, always in pairs or threes. Seen only briefly, usually at dusk, usually vanishing into mist or behind structures that haven't had doors in years. They're called the Ghost Patrols. First reported by early illegal explorer stalkers who slipped past the fences in the 90s, these silent figures appeared and disappeared with uncanny timing. Some claim they were Soviet soldiers who never left. Others suggest they're a newer breed tasked with guarding something that isn't on any map. One tourist group in 2004 swore they were shadowed for over an hour by men in olive fatigues. When they called out, the figures turned a corner and were gone. Another group stumbled across footprints, fresh ones leading into a collapsed building. There were no exits, and no one inside. Zone workers are more direct. They say these patrols show up near sensitive zones, places where radiation spikes unexpectedly, places where the air tastes wrong. They don't interfere. They don't help. They just observe. There's a chilling consistency in their description. Pale faces, clean boots, no conversation. And always that same posture. Like they're part of a drill that never ended. Theories abound. Some say they're automated, a form of drone, human-like in shape but not in function. Others believe they're hallucinations, symptoms of prolonged radiation exposure. But the sightings are too consistent. The behavior's too structured. Then there's the story of the researcher who tried to follow them. She was found 3 days later, dehydrated, disoriented. She remembered nothing except a repeating phrase in her head: "Do not record, do not disturb." And when the bees returned to the zone, they built their hives in silence around those same spots, as if guarding something, or listening. The Chernobyl bees' resilience. Bees are fragile, sensitive. When the world gets even slightly off kilter, too loud, too warm, too weird, they vanish. Entire colonies collapse in cities that never saw disaster. So it stands to reason that after Chernobyl, the bees would have been the first to die, the first to disappear. But they didn't. Reports began emerging in the early 2000s. Bee colonies surviving deep within the exclusion zone. thriving even, not in large numbers, not everywhere, but consistently in the wrong places. In areas with measurable radiation, in places where other insects still struggle, and more disturbingly, in areas where hives shouldn't be found at all. Some hives have been discovered nestled into old ventilation shafts, in the crumbling walls of concrete apartment blocks, or deep within rusted industrial machinery. The bees build in silence. They sting only when provoked, and their honey? Viscous, dark, strangely metallic in taste. Researchers have tested it. High in certain isotopes, yes, but oddly low in others. The composition of the honey itself seems different, not just radioactive, but molecularly altered. One biochemist described it as functionally impossible. Even stranger, the bees themselves show unexpected traits: greater resistance to cold, lower incidence of disease, extended lifespans in some colonies. Some appear larger. Their patterns are darker wings, more opaque. They move slower, but with precision. And there's thrice in rare occasions, they've been observed flying directly into radiation hotspots and returning. Some theorize that radiation has reprogrammed their navigation. Others believe the zone is filtering out weaker colonies, creating a kind of unnatural selective pressure. But a few whisper a darker idea, that the bees are adapting not to survive but to serve, that their hives are no longer just homes, but sensors or relays. Because deep in the zone, time begins to stretch, warp, and the ones who feel it most are the ones with no clocks. The Chernobyl time distortion anecdotes. Time bends in Chernobyl. Not in the way a physicist might explain, but in the way a person feels when their watch stops ticking and yet the sun hasn't moved. Visitors report it constantly. A sense that hours pass in minutes or minutes stretch into hours. Days feel dislocated. Memories loop. One tourist swore she explored the Duga radar facility for half an hour, only to check her phone and see 5 hours had passed. Another claimed he spent 2 full days in the zone, but his wristwatch never advanced past the first. Both were shaken. Neither returned. Scientists blame stress, sleep deprivation, sensory distortion. The silence, the uniformity of the ruin sit, all contributes to temporal disorientation. Fair enough. But not all accounts can be shrugged off. There are reports of clocks that run backward. Digital displays that blink impossible times, 88 to 88, 12 to 61. In one incident, a group of researchers used 3 synchronized devices to measure ambient electromagnetic activity. By the end of their session, each displayed a different date. Then there's the compass effect anecdotal reports that time seems to stretch or compress depending on direction. Head north, and you lose time. South, and it accelerates. Some theorize this might be due to underground structures or unknown magnetic anomalies, but the real terror lies in the implication that something in the zone is playing with time itself. Zone workers speak of certain areas where radios pick up loops of old Soviet broadcasts, not recordings, live transmissions, as if something is still transmitting from the past, or worse, repeating it. There's a theory that time here isn't linear anymore, that the explosion ruptured not just the core but chronology itself, and that's why people don't just leave Chernobyl changed, they leave unsure of when they left. Because sometimes the past doesn't haunt you, it follows you into dreams, the Chernobyl dreams. You don't dream the same after visiting Chernobyl. That's what they say. It's not nightmares exactly. It's something else, something deeper, more rhythmic, more organized. People return home and find themselves dreaming of corridors they never walked, faces they've never seen, rooms full of ticking clocks and whispering walls. The dreams begin subtly, a flicker of static behind closed eyes, a slow crawl through ash-covered stairwells, sounds with no sources, voices calling from flooded rooms, but the dreams repeat. They build. Details emerge that weren't there before. A red door in the corner, a girl in a yellow raincoat, the number 4 etched into every surface. And it's not just tourists, researchers, liquidators, military personnel. They all report similar visions, shared imagery, patterns that suggest a hive of dreaming minds somehow syncing to the same frequency. Psychologists have tried to explain it as trauma processing, radiation, stress, post-visit anxiety, but even they admit it's not normal for so many people, across so many cultures, to have the same dreams. One doctor collected journal entries from 50 different visitors. 42 described walking through empty buildings where the floor was water, the sky was concrete, and something was knocking from beneath. Then there's the real horror. When the dreams bleed into waking life, people begin recognizing buildings they never entered, describing locations they never visited. A few have navigated parts of the zone entirely from memory, claiming they'd already been there in their sleep. One woman, a linguist, reported hearing words in her dream sentences in perfect, fluent Russian. She didn't speak Russian. Another man began sleepwalking after returning home, always at 1:23 a.m., always toward the east. Whatever is dreaming in Chernobyl, it seems to have company, or perhaps it's looking for a way out. And sometimes it rides the wind, or the fire, or the smoke. The Chernobyl fire, persistence. Fire should be simple. It burns, it dies, it leaves ashes. But in Chernobyl, even fire behaves strangely. Since the disaster, wildfires have erupted in the zone again and again, rising from dead brush and vanished tree lines like memories with teeth. They don't just consume, they resurrect. These fires are not predictable. They emerge in dry seasons, yes, but also during damp weather. Some start with lightning. Others have no discernible origin. Entire hectares ignite in seconds. Smoke climbs the sky, thick and black, as if the forest itself is coughing up its buried trauma. What's most disturbing is what the fires unearth. Because the red forest is not just a graveyard for trees, it's a graveyard for fallout. Beneath the soil lies radioactive ash, buried debris, pieces of Reactor 4's exhale sealed in dirt decades ago. When these fires rage, they release those particles into the air once more. Cesium, strontium, plutonium. It's not just smoke, it's time travel, airborne. Each fire becomes a second disaster. But there's another layer. The fires often follow pattern-scudding lines through the zone that don't match wind or vegetation. Some even curve around buildings unnaturally or isolate specific groves. A few firefighters have claimed the flames behave too well, like they know where not to go. Then there are the reports of flame colors: blue, green, white. Not from chemical accelerants, not from gas, but from within the biomass itself. One researcher hypothesized that some of the altered trees produce flammable sap under radiation stress. Another claimed the fires were spontaneous chemical reactions triggered by sun cycles and buried isotopes. But some zone workers believe something older is at play, that the land is shedding layers. That fire is not a destroyer here, but a messenger. And the message it carries always ends in water specifically, what swims beneath it. The Chernobyl fish mutations. The cooling pond beside Reactor 4 still exists. A shallow, unnatural lake designed to regulate temperature for a machine that no longer breathes. But the pond hasn't emptied. It hasn't dried. It hasn't died. It pulses with life. Fishermen are forbidden here, though some still cast lines in defiance or desperation. What they catch when they speak of it defies biology. Enormous catfish, black as the pond's bottom, their skin mottled with what looks like scale deformities or scars, carp with extra fins, pike with bulbous eyes and jaws set at unnatural angles. One man reeled in a fish with what appeared to be translucent skin, its organs clearly visible under a sheet of wrinkled flesh. These are not the monster stories told by tourists. These are records, photos, refrigerated specimens that researchers have studied and quietly buried in footnotes. The mutations are real, but they're not consistent, not traceable. The same body of water produces both seemingly healthy fish and anomalies from nightmares. Radioactive contamination is the usual suspect, but some fish carry little to no measurable contamination, while others, nearly identical in appearance, are riddled with isotopes. It makes no sense. The contamination, it seems, is selective or strategic. Some fish refuse to be caught. Fishermen tell of lines snapping not from size, but from refusal, hooks bent, bait untouched, sonar readings distorted. There are even rumors of coordinated behavior, schools of fish that move in synchronized patterns, avoiding nets and bait with unnatural precision. Then there's the silence. The pond, when undisturbed, is deathly quiet. No birds, no frogs, just the water, watching. Some biologists suggest these fish represent the next evolutionary phasia, forced adaptation. Others think they're failing experiments left behind. But the buildings along the shoreline still groan at night, and inside them, strange noises, echoa, kind of communication made not by man, but by the void. The zone's unexplained sounds. The exclusion zone is supposed to be silent. That's part of its horror engines. No children, no hum of modern life. But the silence lies. Many who visit the zone report hearing things. Not loud, not obvious, but persistent. Rhythms, tones, mechanical noises where no machines run, footsteps on metal catwalks. A door creaking open, then slamming, over and over, in a building long stripped of doors. One of the most common accounts is the hum, low, almost imperceptible, like a distant turbine running just beneath consciousness. It's not always audible with the ear, but recorders pick it up. The hum fluctuates, moves. Some claim it follows you. Then there are the taps, rapid, repetitive, like typing or Morse code. Visitors exploring Duga or the plant ruins have heard these rhythms echo through the steel, bouncing off concrete walls. When traced, they lead to nowhere, or they stop just as you approach. There are stranger things too. Children laughing, radios crackling to life with garbled speech, an old Soviet anthem playing faintly, cut with static and silence. One team even captured what sounded like a siren, followed by a voice repeating the word, again, over and over. Most explanations lean on environmental science, wind patterns, acoustic bounce, the unique geometry of ruined infrastructure. That's plausible until the sound happens in the open forest, or in locations sealed shut. And sometimes, the sounds change behavior. React. Pause when you're listening. Start again when you look away. Those who've heard too much often return changed. One man began whistling a tune he'd heard in the zone. He couldn't stop. Said he didn't even like the melody, just couldn't forget it. Some believe the zone is replaying its own memories. Others think it's speaking. But squirrels in the trees seem to know when it begins. They freeze, watch, and act like they're waiting for something even stranger. The Chernobyl squirrel's behavior. Squirrels are supposed to be jittery, cute, mildly deranged acrobats. They leap through trees, chatter, steal food. But the squirrels inside the Chernobyl exclusion zone, they don't leap. They don't chatter. They watch. Observers have noted that squirrels in the zone exhibit behavior that doesn't match their counterparts in the rest of the world. They move more slowly, deliberately, almost like they're stalking something. Their eyes track humans without fear, without blinking. In some cases, they follow. Biologists first noticed the changes in the early 2000s, a marked decrease in foraging patterns. Squirrels would gather less food, yet maintain weight. Nesting behavior became erratic, abandoning traditional leaf nests in trees for strange ground burrows, sometimes inside collapsed concrete pipes. One zoologist found a group nesting inside an overturned refrigerator, arranged like a shrine, with a pile of bottle caps placed in a circle. She never returned. Even more unnerving, group coordination. Normally solitary, zone squirrels have been seen operating in clusters, moving together, pausing together. Once, a group of 8 surrounded a tourist's backpack and simply stood there, unmoving, for over a minute. When approached, they scattered in perfect synchronization. Some display mutations, longer tails, bald patches, odd limb ratios, but none appear sick. If anything, they seem too healthy. Like they've evolved past illness into something else, entirely something adapted to silence and fallout. There's speculation they're reacting to radiation. Others think they're a case of environmental programming, behavioral shifts tied to electromagnetic anomalies. But then there are those who claim the squirrels are acting as sentinels, not for food or territory, but for something buried, something returning. And near their strange nests, plants bloom that shouldn't. Vines curl around metal, leaves shimmer with an unnatural green. Because even the flora here are rewriting the rules, growing where they shouldn't, growing without mercy. The Chernobyl plant species adaptation. Plants, like people, aren't supposed to thrive under duress, especially not under the invisible weight of radiation. But the exclusion zone is full of green rebellion ferns cracking pavement, moss carpeting radioactive walls, trees curling through rebar like veins through fractured bone. At first, it was called a miracle of nature, a sign of resilience. But as the years passed, that optimism curdled into confusion. Because the plants weren't just surviving, they were changing. Certain species in the zone exhibit traits not found anywhere else. Moss with spongier textures, leaves with unnatural pigmentation, black, tinged, metallic sheened. Stems that bend toward, not away from, radiation sources. In one documented case, a species of grass formed tight spirals instead of blades, like green coils winding tighter each year. Then there's the speed. Plants here grow faster, not uniformly, not everywhere, but in patches, like something beneath the soil is pushing them. A birch tree grew 2 feet in 6 weeks. A field of sunflowers rotated in sync overcast skies. One research team swore they observed vines repositioning overnight, wrapping around markers they'd placed only hours before. Theories range from accelerated mutation to altered epigenetics, radiation as fertilizer, or catalyst, or curse. But it's not just about how they grow, it's where. Plants sprouting from sealed concrete, from the inside of abandoned vehicles. A single sapling growing through the cracked skull of a deer carcass and thriving. Some botanists suggest the zone is experiencing a form of environmental intelligence, that the ecosystem is adjusting itself, selecting traits not just for survival, but for dominance. And those plants? They're beginning to spread beyond the zone's edge. Because when roots take hold of contaminated memory, they don't just remember, they reach. And sometimes, when they reach deep enough, they twist magnetic fields, they bend compasses, they scramble direction itself. The zone's magnetic anomalies. A compass isn't supposed to lie. It's not poetic, it's just iron and magnetism. But inside the exclusion zone, compasses become storytellers, and not all their stories agree. Explorers and scientists alike have documented strange magnetic anomalies in specific pockets of the zone, places where compasses spin wildly, where north becomes west and south becomes nowhere. At first, these spots were attributed to leftover infrastructure, buried metals, transformers, old rail lines. But then, the anomalies began appearing in areas without any known interference. Sometimes they're transient, Here one day, gone the next. Sometimes they move. A known anomaly near the Pripyat riverbank vanished for months, only to reappear miles away. And sometimes they're accompanied by something else. Nausea, dizziness, even loss of short-term memory. More troubling is the interaction with electronic equipment. GPS fails, drones lose signal, cameras refuse to focus. In one documented case, a team's entire data collection was scrambled, files corrupted, timestamps inverted, footage reversed. When they played the recordings back, the voices were speaking backward. Then there are the dead zones, locations where magnetic readings drop to near zero. No field, no pull, like the planet itself has forgotten which way is up. These areas are often overgrown, silent, even for the zone. No birds, no bugs, just stillness. One geophysicist proposed that the 1986 explosion may have left permanent scars in the Earth's geomagnetic Weeba kind of wound that pulses now and then. Another theory suggests that whatever's buried beneath the reactor still emits energy too complex to measure or too intelligent to trace. Because the zone doesn't just resist measurement, it rejects it. And if the deer have learned to navigate by something else, something older than magnetism perhaps, they're just following a path we're too broken to see. The Chernobyl deer population boom. You don't expect deer to reclaim a wasteland. And yet, Chernobyl is full of them. Red deer, roe deer, entire herds gliding silently through the irradiated woods like phantoms in fur. Graceful, twitch-eared apparitions moving through a place where no one asked them to return, but return they did. Within a decade of the disaster, scientists began noticing the numbers. Unexplainably high. Populations that should have collapsed from genetic defects and ecological strain instead boomed. Fawns appeared in abundance, predation was low, and even among deer exposed to hotspots, few showed signs of mutation or disease. There were expectation antler deformities, reproductive failure, lowered intelligence. But what was observed was the opposite. Strong antler growth, higher fertility rates, coordinated herd movement that suggested advanced communication. They'd found their place in the post-human wilderness and filled it like a vacuum. But the real mystery isn't their survival, it's their behavior. Zone deer do not act like normal deer. They don't startle easily. They move with a kind of choreographed, graceless, skittish, more calculating. In some instances, they've been observed approaching buildings, sniffing broken windows, standing completely still for long stretches, as if listening. Then there's the geography. Deer are turning up in the oddest places, severely contaminated zones, barren asphalt ruins, the edge of the reactor itself. Not once or twice. Repeatedly, as if drawn. One tracker noticed a pattern, deer trails forming concentric circles around the reactor's core. Another found hoofprints aligned with known underground cable lines. Coincidence? Possibly. But even skeptics admit something's off. Perhaps radiation selected for resilience. Or perhaps the zone is reshaping the species from the inside out. Because when snow falls on Pripyat, it doesn't fall evenly. It lands like it's choosing where to melt. And in some places, it melts in shapes that shouldn't exist. The Chernobyl snow contamination patterns. Snow used to mean purity, a seasonal whitewash of sins. But in Chernobyl, snow reveals more than it hides, and it doesn't always obey the laws of weather. From the first winter after the disaster, patterns began to emerge. Uneven melt zones, sharp-edged snow lines where none should exist, buildings coated in frost while the ground beneath stayed warm, footprints that lingered too long, animal tracks that stopped mid-stride. And then there were the readings. Snow samples taken from different areas mere meters apart revealed drastically different radiation levels. One spot near an abandoned kindergarten recorded standard background levels. A few feet over, a spike 30 times higher. It wasn't consistent. It wasn't meteorological. It was intentional. More disturbing was the phenomenon of hot snow flurries that triggered Geiger counters as they fell. On at least 3 occasions, workers reported snowfall that caused their equipment to malfunction. One technician claimed he watched snow accumulate on a fence post, then dissolve not from heat, but from something else. The snow didn't melt, it vanished. Researchers attempted to blame particulate disturbance, winds kicking up isotopes, settling dust, but that doesn't explain the geometric patterns, spirals, grids. Once, a perfect circle of snow-free Earth in the middle of a snowy field measured at exactly 3.6 meters in diameter. Some speculate buried infrastructure emits subtle thermal or electromagnetic fields that alter precipitation behavior. Others think the snow is simply responding to topography and radiation microclimates. But the oldest workers tell another story, that the snow is a messenger, that when it falls clean, it's a warning, and when it falls hot, something's waking up. Because just beneath the snow's crust, hidden under the frostbitten ferns and shattered trees, are rumors of labs that were never evacuated. Rooms that still hum, lights that still flicker, doors that still lock from the inside. The zone's hidden laboratories. It's not what's on the map that scares people, it's what isn't. Scattered throughout the exclusion zone are whispers of hidden laboratories. Places never marked on any Soviet blueprint. Places with reinforced doors, sealed hatches, no windows. You don't find these labs. You stumble into them. One such facility was uncovered by accident. A floor gave way under a surveyor's foot, revealing a shaft leading to an underground room. No identifiers. Just rusted terminals, shattered glass, and a faint electrical hum. The equipment was decades old. The labels, English and Cyrillic mixed together. No one could explain why. Other sites have been described, but never rediscovered. A bunker lined with lead panels. A chamber containing rows of sealed tubes, contents unknown. Another location said to emit a constant, rhythmic ticking from beneath the floor. Rumors suggest these weren't part of the nuclear facility at all. They were adjuncts, experimental stations, testing grounds, not for power, but for control. One theory posits that Duga and Reactor 4 were distractions, giants hiding needles. That, under the guise of civilian energy, something darker was developing. Radiation manipulation, biological adaptation, temporal anomalies. When the explosion happened, these labs weren't evacuated. They were sealed. No orders, no rescues. Just walls welded shut. Zone workers sometimes report hearing metallic sounds deep underground. Faint alarms, mechanical clicks, a high-pitched whine that comes and goes like breathing. What's worse, some of these labs still draw power. And if they're still drawing power, someone or something is still using them. Because when the bears came back to the zone, they weren't afraid of the snow or the silence. They weren't curious. They knew exactly where to go, as if returning not to habitat but to habitat remembered. The Chernobyl bears return. Bears were gone for decades, driven out by noise, by people, by nuclear catastrophe. But sometime in the early 2000s, they started coming back, slowly, cautiously, then in numbers. Now, they're here. Roaming forests once scorched and silenced, padding through ghost towns with the confidence of old residents. And here's the thing, they don't behave like typical bears. They're not shy. They don't startle. They walk with a kind of knowing, as if memory clings to their fur like ash. Some are massive, too massive, tracks the size of dinner plates, claw marks above a man's head. The zone has no zoos, no breeding program, so where did they come from? Researchers noted an unusual number of older males, something uncommon in recovering populations, and they're healthy, strangely so. Teeth unchipped, fur thick, blood work stable, even in animals exposed to contamination. One bear, tranquilized for study, had lived most of its life in the red forest. The expected organ damage? Absent. Its bone marrow? Denser than average. Then there's the behavior. A handful of sightings suggest bears congregate not just near food sources, but around structures, abandoned checkpoints, watchtowers. One was seen standing at the entrance of a collapsed tunnel, not moving, not sniffing, just waiting. Others report bears circling certain sites, never entering, avoiding specific buildings like they remember what's inside. There's an old belief among the zone's stalkers that bears are drawn to death, not as predators, but as shepherds, guardians, watchers. Because where the bears tread, the earth stirs differently. The dust doesn't settle, and in their wake, something else follows destiny, invisible, deadly. Dust that moves with the wind, and never leaves when it's told. The Chernobyl dust spread. You can't see it, you can't feel it, but it follows, clings to your boots, your coat, your breath. The radioactive dust of Chernobyl doesn't settle, it migrates. From the very beginning, it was everywhere. After the explosion, graphite particles and reactor fuel were pulverized into microscopic fragments. They floated into the sky, rode the wind, fell with the rain. But even now, decades later, the dust remains mobile, moving, shifting, spreading. It's been detected hundreds of miles from the Zonian vegetation, in the fur of migratory animals, in the sediment of distant lakes, isotopes that shouldn't be there. Traces too faint to trigger panic, but too distinct to dismiss. In the zone, it's worse. Certain areas visibly clean, visually harmless register sudden spikes in radiation without warning. 1 hour safe, the next, lethal. No equipment failure, no new source, just dust. Wind, blown, unpredictable, alive. Researchers attempting to model the spread found something unsettling. The dust doesn't move with standard meteorology. It ignores predicted wind currents. It leaps zones. It crosses barriers. Once, it was found inside a sealed lab with no airflow in or out. The filters were clean. The instruments baffled. Some theorize it bonds with microscopic life. That bacteria in the zone have adapted to carry isotopes like passengers. Others believe the dust is semi-electrostatic, drawn to human presence. Warmth. Movement. Tourists are told not to touch anything, not because of danger, because of the dust. One brush of a jacket sleeve can carry invisible fallout home. One pair of boots can infect a forest. And when it settles again, it chooses strange places. Caves, hollows, quiet corners where no one looks. Because some parts of the zone aren't even mapped, and some things hiding in those gaps were never meant to be found. The zone's unmapped areas. Chernobyl's official maps are comforting. Clean lines, measured zones, sector grids like a chessboard over tragedy. But ask the workers, ask the stalker sand, they'll tell you, the map lies. There are places inside the exclusion zone that don't appear on any chart. Forests that stretch longer than satellite images suggest. Buildings with more floors inside than outside. Paths that loop and return you to your starting point, even if you never turned. These aren't just gaps in surveillance. They're absences, areas that resist being recorded. GPS fails, drones crash, compasses spin. Even experienced guides sometimes refuse to enter them. They say things move there. Not people, not animals, directions. One researcher described a sector north of the Red Forest where the tree density fluctuated every visit. One day thick woods, the next day sparse growth. Soil samples taken from the same patch of land yielded different compositions within weeks. Then there's the rumor of the fourth sector, a place where the concrete turns red and the silence becomes tactile. No official designation, no patrols, no returnees. Some believe these unmapped areas are the result of geological shifts, that the explosion reshaped the landscape beneath, creating sinkholes, tunnels, sealed faults. Others think they were always their Soviet installations built to be forgotten. But the locals speak differently. They talk of dead loops, mirror trails, and the bend, a path that only opens in fog and disappears by dawn. They say the zone rearranges itself, that it's not one place but many places folded into each other like bruised paper. And inside these folds, foxes still run faster, sharper, smarter than they should be. Eyes glowing not with fear, but with memory. Because not all animals here escaped mutation. Some embraced it, some evolved. The Chernobyl fox, adaptations. Red foxes in the exclusion zone are, by all appearances, the same as anywhere else, sleek, clever, opportunistic. But in Chernobyl, they seem to be something more, something sharper. They've thrived in the absence of humans, that much is expected. But their behavior? It's unnerving. They don't run from people. They don't bark. They watch, eyes locked, heads tilted, calculating. Zone tourists have reported foxes that followed them for hours, not stalking, not curious, but simply matching pace from a distance, like guides or wardens. Their dens are more numerous, their litters larger. A single female was once observed raising 9 kits, more than double the norm. Their territories overlap more than in wild populations elsewhere, yet conflict is rare. They seem coordinated. Researchers have documented advanced problem-solving behaviors. One fox was filmed opening a backpack, unzipping compartments with precision. Another was seen dragging a dosimeter across the ground, as if testing the soil. Absurd, of course, but the footage exists. Some have speculated increased neural plasticity radiation, forcing accelerated cognitive adaptation, but others suggest a deeper change, collective intelligence, behavior that's not just smarter, but synchronized. A kind of low-grade hive mind developing from environmental pressure and shared trauma. Their coats are subtly darker. Their eyes, in low light, reflect not yellow but pale green. Some appear immune to common parasites. Others exhibit strange hunting patterns, working in silent tandem, often without vocalization. And perhaps most chilling, some seem to lead, not packs, but travelers, tourists, scientists, into dead areas, into ruins, into parts of the forest where signals fail. And in those ruins, animals sometimes die without wounds, just stop, whole clusters. No sign of poison or struggle, as if called. Because the zone doesn't kill with teeth. Sometimes, it just calls you to lie down. The zone's unexplained animal deaths. It's not uncommon for animals to die in Chernobyl. Radiation takes its toll, the elements are harsh, and predators still roam. But certain deaths don't make sense. They don't belong to predator or plague. They just happen suddenly, collectively, and without visible cause. Over the years, dozens of reports have described mass die-offs of animals in highly specific areas of the exclusion zone. A clearing filled with dead birds, no trauma, no blood. A marsh where frogs float belly up in glassy stillness. A stretch of woods where all the squirrels are gone overnight, replaced by silence and the heavy smell of metal. What's stranger is the way these deaths cluster. They happen in lines, spirals, or perfect rings. Once, a researcher found 13 foxes lying in a star pattern, mouths open, eyes glassy but alert. All recently dead, all untouched by scavengers. Autopsies, when performed, reveal inconsistent results. Some animals show signs of acute radiation exposure, but at levels too low to be lethal. Others show no abnormalities at all, perfect organs, no disease, no trauma, as if they simply shut off. Environmental explanations fall short. No consistent water source, no shared food supply, no signs of human interference, and yet it continues always in different places, always with that same eerie finality. Locals believe these zones are warnings, that the land itself sometimes resets, like a system purging memory, clearing history. Others whisper of frequencies and audible signals pulsing through the ground, calling certain creatures at certain times, a summons or a silencing. And when the trees around those places don't wither, when they flourish instead, you begin to wonder, what exactly are they feeding on? Because something in this place doesn't just kill its selects. And some trees, old and twisted, seem immune to everything but memory. The Chernobyl trees, resistance to disease. Trees in the zone should be suffering. Their roots drink poisoned soil, their leaves catch toxic dust, their trunks endure winters more brutal than ever. And yet, many of them are shockingly, disturbingly healthy. Particularly in the Red Forest and beyond, scientists have noted an unusual phenomenon, a marked resistance to disease among trees growing in some of the most contaminated zones. Fungi that devastate forests elsewhere simply fail to take hold. Pests avoid certain groves entirely. Even after fires, some trees regrow bark and leaf faster than anticipated, like they're driven by something deeper than biology. What's most baffling is that the trees are not uniformly resistant. Specific groves thrive while others nearby wither. Even among the same species, some trees are unnaturally robust while their cousins rot and fall. There's no clear correlation to radiation levels, water access, or soil quality. Microscopic studies reveal unusual cell behavior, rapid regeneration, heightened vascular activity, thicker cellular walls. In some cases, researchers noted chromosomal duplications previously unseen in wild trees. Not mutations, exactly, more like additions, something new being folded into their DNA. Then, there's the matter of communication. Trees are known to share nutrients and information through mycorrhizal networks. In the zone, these networks behave differently. Some transmit signals over distances too great for standard fungal pathways. Others seem to reroute around contaminated areas, creating isolated hubs of green life that operate like neural nodes. These tree hubs often appear in the strangest places, near old burial mounds, over sunken machinery, beside rusted silos where nothing should grow, and yet they flourish. Some believe the trees are evolving immunity. Others believe they're evolving intelligence. Because when the ground glows faintly beneath your feet and the canopy above sways without wind, you begin to understand Chernobyl isn't just surviving. It's changing, quietly, systematically, and somewhere, deep in the groundwater, that change is still dripping. The zone's water contamination, persistence. You can't contain water. It flows, it leaks, it seeps. It doesn't care about borders or fences or 30-kilometer exclusion lines. In Chernobyl, this fact is terrifying. From the moment Reactor 4's core exploded and its radioactive cocktail rained down, the land was poisoned. But what few truly understood or perhaps admitted was that the water was worse. Radiation entered the rivers, the wetlands, the aquifers, and once inside, it didn't stay put. Decades later, the contamination remains. Not just in stagnant ponds or the infamous cooling pool, but in the moving veins of the Zonetha groundwater, the underground streams, the quiet trickles no one tracks. Some of these carry isotopes far from their original fallout points. In areas once deemed safe, radiation levels spike inexplicably after heavy rain. Wells go sour. Fish rot without cause. Even worse, filtration efforts fail. Water treated to safe levels sometimes becomes recontaminated within days, as if something is reintroducing radiation upstream. In one documented case, Water drawn from a seemingly clean source registered safe at collection, but after storage in a plastic container for 24 hours, it spiked to 150 microsieverts per hour. Scientists have proposed explanations: sediment disturbance, decaying infrastructure, capillary action in soils, but the patterns remain erratic, almost willful. And then there's the taste. Locals who've illegally returned to live in the zone describe the water as metallic, sour, like licking a battery. Some boil it, some don't. Many report chronic illness, fatigue, hallucinations, but they stay. They say it tastes like memory. Because when it rains in Chernobyl, the puddles shimmer too brightly, not from sunlight, but from something else, a light beneath. And the boars? They drink without hesitation. Then they vanish, sometimes into neighboring countries, sometimes into myths. The Chernobyl wild boar migration. If any creature in Chernobyl deserves the title of apocalyptic scavenger, it's the wild boar. Muscular, tusked, caked in mud and fallout, they're everywhere, plowing through radioactive brush, tearing up asphalt, unbothered by decay. But the real mystery isn't their presence in the zone, it's their exodus. In the past decade, wild boars born and raised in Chernobyl have been tracked as far west as Germany, as far north as Finland. Genetic testing has confirmed it. These aren't just wanderers, they're emigrants. Animals born in radiation, soaked forests, making their way into ecosystems that should reject them. And they don't just arrive, they thrive. No sign of radiation sickness, no diminished fertility. In fact, some show traits that are, how to say, enhanced. Larger litters, aggressive survival instincts. One particularly infamous sow survived being shot twice and returned to its original territory days later. Tracked, tagged, and still alive. But this isn't merely about hardy hogs. It's about what they carry. Isotopes hitchhike in their fur, on their hooves, inside their bones. Every step they take bleeds the zone outward. One nuclear scientist called them four-legged fallout. Some countries have issued culling orders, others pretend it isn't happening. And then there's their migration patterns. They don't follow food or shelter or season. They move in spirals, in lines that map over old Soviet infrastructure. One group was tracked following a path nearly identical to a buried fuel, linear abandoned since 1986. What draws them, what pulls them, no one can say. But wherever they go, strange things follow. Livestock, agitation, forest, die-off, power outages. And in some places they pass through, sound behaves oddly, as if swallowed, as if smothered. Because in the zone, even silence travels. The zone's acoustic shadows. There's a place near Pripyat where sound disappears. Not in the poetic sense, not silence as peace or introspection. This is mechanical, functional, a smothering of frequency, a vacuum in the air. Acoustic shadows are a known phenomenon. In war, soldiers spoke of cannon blasts audible for miles in one direction and completely absent in another. But in Chernobyl, these shadows don't follow logic. They twist and shift, appearing where no terrain should muffle sound. Dense forests echo footsteps like cathedrals. Open fields swallow shouts like graves. Visitors describe it as walking into a padded room. Birds go silent. Wind ceases. Your own breathing becomes too loud, like your body is betraying you. One man claimed he walked into an acoustic shadow near the remains of a fuel depot and instantly felt nauseous. Another said his ears popped, like on a descending airplane. Then came the silence. Then came the ticking. Some shadows seem mobile. A photographer described a spot near the Duga radar where his drone went quiet mid-flight, no buzz, no whir, just dead air. When he retrieved the footage, the audio was intact, except for one 3-minute gap filled with low, rhythmic pulses. Attempts to measure these anomalies have failed. Microphones pick up only faint background noise. Specialized acoustic equipment overloads or returns static. It's as if the zone itself edits the record. Theories abound: subsurface voids, electromagnetic interference, geomagnetic stress, but others think it's something else. That the zone has places where reality folds slightly. Places not meant for sound or memory or light. And in those folds, badgers scurry, not out of fear, but as if they, too, are chasing something quiet. Something that speaks in the absence of voice. The Chernobyl badger behavior. Badgers are the introverts of the animal kingdom, nocturnal, solitary, practical. They dig, they eat, they sleep. But in Chernobyl, even the humble badger seems to be rewriting its playbook. Inside the exclusion zone, these typically reclusive creatures have been observed in unexpected places and doing unexpected things. For one, they're visible during the dia break from their strictly nocturnal habits. And when they do appear, they don't flee. They stare. They wait. Sometimes, they follow. Researchers tracking wildlife movement were startled to find burrow systems far larger than any ever recorded. One such den, mapped in the northwestern quadrant of the zone, had 7 separate chambers, interconnecting tunnels stretching nearly 100 meters underground, and evidence of cohabitation with other species: raccoon dogs, snakes, even rodents. It's as if the badgers were engineering subterranean bunkers, not merely burrows. Their diet has also shifted. Analysis of scat samples reveals a greater intake of fungus, mosses, even decaying material, things badgers usually avoid. But most disturbing are the reports of tool use. Several observers swear they've seen badgers using sticks to probe crevices or roll logs. No recordings exist, but the claim persists. There's a theory among local scientists that radiation has driven an extreme form of behavioral plasticity. Others believe the badgers are adapting through necessity, evolving rapidly in response to a hostile, unpredictable environment. But then there's the folklore. Zone elders whisper that badgers are gatekeepers, that when you see one standing in daylight, near a ruined building, near the red forest, it means something below is waking up. Because where the badgers dig, strange roots follow, roots that don't match any known plant, roots that pulse when touched. The zone's unidentified plant growth. Most ecosystems follow a logic, however brutal. Seeds drop, rain falls, growth happens in cycles. But in the exclusion zone, plant life sometimes appears where it was never planted, in forms no one has ever classified. These aren't just mutants, plants with extra stems or odd leaves. These are complete biological outliers, organisms that don't fit any known taxonomy. Some sprout overnight. Others grow in places that should be barren concrete lots, sealed bunkers, the dry insides of reactor outbuildings. One such plant appeared outside a long-abandoned military dormitory, low, dense, with waxy, translucent leaves and a spiraling growth pattern. By the time it was documented, it had already seeded 4 square meters, then vanished in the next season, leaving no trace. Other anomalies include mosses that shimmer faintly in the dark, vines that grow toward sources of radiation, and fungi that appear to move slowly, imperceptibly, but undeniably repositioned between scans. Botanists brought in to study these phenomena often leave frustrated. Samples decay too quickly to analyze. DNA degrades in transit. Photographs come out blurred, distorted, or with unexplainable coloration. In one infamous case, a plant collected near the Duga radar tower emitted a low-frequency hum during observation. The recording equipment failed. The plant blackened overnight and crumbled into inert dust. Theories range from accelerated evolutionary pressure to synthetic life forms seeded during Soviet experiments. But a darker idea persists, that the zone is generating life, not just mutating it. That it's creating biological forms designed not to thrive, but to test. And among the undergrowth, moths flutter, not the kind you know, bigger, brighter, faster, drawn not to light, but to heat, or maybe to memory. The Chernobyl moth's mutation. Moths are nighttime poets fluttering through shadows, dancing toward flame. But in the zone, their poetry has turned cryptic. For years, moth populations inside the exclusion zone went largely unstudied. They were presumed scarce, victims of fallout. But in recent decades, sightings have surged. Not just in number, but in weirdness. Local residents, what few remain, describe moths with wingspans exceeding 10 centimeters, bodies darker, thicker, wing patterns that shimmer like oil on water. These are not your grandmother's moths. These are the kind that feel designed. Tourists have reported swarms emerging suddenly, unprovoked, from beneath rusted cars, inside broken lockers, deep within reactor ruins. One group claimed a swarm followed them for an entire day, silent, unyielding, forming strange spiral patterns in the air. Entomologists examining samples found anomalies: higher thermal tolerance, stronger wing membranes, and a mysterious resistance to light-based disorientation. These moths don't flutter blindly at bulbs they seem to assess. One even landed directly on a Geiger counter and remained there for 3 minutes, completely still. But the oddest trait is their color. Some emit a faint bioluminescent glow not bright enough to illuminate, but visible in total darkness. Most observers describe it as blue, but a few claim they've seen green, or even violet pulses, like the dying light of something from another planet. Some theorize the mutations are a side effect of radiation-induced protein shifts. Others believe the moths are tapping into ambient electrical fields left behind by the reactor. But the zone doesn't give up its secrets, and neither do the moths. They flutter toward hotspots. They disappear into acoustic shadows. They congregate near the graves of trees that never existed before 1986. And when they land, they do so in silence, as if listening, as if waiting. For the hum, for the flicker, for the signal, the zone's electric fields. The air in Chernobyl sometimes crackles. Not with lightning, not with storm, but with something stranger, something quieter, unmeasured by barometers and missed by satellite. People who've spent time in the zone describe a tingling on their skin, a pressure in the temples, a subtle buzzing in their teeth. They call it the hum, or the pressure, or simply the charge. It isn't always there, but when it is, you know it. Some areas within the exclusion zone, abandoned rooftops, forest clearings, old metal towers, seem to develop spontaneous static fields. Hair stands on end, watches stall, phones glitch. Small objects jump without contact, as if momentarily magnetized. Metal fences thrum when touched. And more than once, someone has reported a faint glow, a pale corona around their hand or sleeve, for just a second before it vanishes. Electromagnetic surveys have picked up anomalies, pulses of energy not linked to any known source. These pulses come and go, without pattern, without origin. They do not follow power lines. They do not emanate from former reactors. They simply appear. Animals respond. Deer freeze, birds flee, dogs howl or go silent, and the insects, those that live in the charged zones, display erratic movement, clustering together in tight, motionless clouds. A few researchers tried to attribute this to residual energy from Soviet-era radar or buried electrical systems. Others suggested piezoelectric effects from tectonic pressure. But these explanations fall short when the same phenomena appear in open fields, far from infrastructure. The zone, some say, still breathes electricity, or something mimicking it. And when the owls return to their perches, they do so with reverence. Not because it's home, but because the dark here speaks differently now. The Chernobyl owls return. Once banished by silence and fallout, the owls of Chernobyl have returned. They perch atop crumbling smokestacks, roost in rusted rafters of abandoned gyms, nest inside the empty skulls of Soviet radio towers. They are not common. But when they appear with purpose. Most are larger than expected, barred owls, tawny. A few even resemble species uncommon to the region. One was photographed with plumage so dark it seemed to absorb light. Another albino white, except for pitch black eyes. The owls of the zone are not shy. They do not fear humans. In fact, many seem to observe them silently, relentlessly, from trees, poles, or even windows. One researcher described being followed by the same owl for 3 days through different sectors. It would vanish when she stopped, and reappear ahead of her an hour later, always in view. Dissection of deceased specimens revealed abnormalities: asymmetrical ear placement, enlarged optic nerves, unusual cranial ridges, all potentially adaptive mutations. But for what? These owls don't hunt the way others do. They seem to wait, often roosting without movement for hours on end, even in daylight. Some even display communal nestinga rare behavior among typically solitary creatures. Large abandoned barns have been found to host multiple nests, perfectly spaced, as if designed. And they seem drawn to specific sites, places with electrical fields, magnetic pulses, strange fungi. They gather not by chance, but by coordination. Locals once saw owls as omens. In Chernobyl, the idea persists. They are watchers, messengers, custodians of something just out of sight. And in the forests where they nest, there are whispers of warmth where there should be cold, snow that melts in circles, air that feels heavy. Because not all heat here comes from decay. The zone's thermal anomalies. In a land where winter should dominate and the dead earth should sleep beneath layers of frost, some places in the exclusion zone remain inexplicably warm. These aren't geothermal springs. These aren't radiators or malfunctioning equipment. These are forest patches, empty lots, and derelict corridors that stay temperate even when the world around them freezes solid. Thermal imaging captured by researchers shows blotches of red and orange on what should be icy landscapes. Ground temperatures 10, 20, even 30 degrees higher than their surroundings. Sometimes circular, sometimes linear like veins. The obvious explanation? Residual radiation. But that doesn't hold. Radiation causes heating at a microscopic level, not to the degree seen here, and the anomalies don't correlate with known hotspots. In fact, some appear in clean zones. One old outbuilding near reactor. 4 remains so warm year-round that snow never settles on its roof. No wires, no power, just heat, constant and unexplained. Animals congregate near these zones, not for food, not for shelter, but perhaps instinctively drawn. One site near the edge of the Red Forest has become a denning ground for foxes, boars, even owls. The temperature inside the grove? A stable 22 degrees Celsius. In January. Soil samples show no geothermal activity. Ground-penetrating radar returns odd echoes, voids, bubbles, shifting densities. Some believe there are heat sources buried below failing Soviet tech, chemical reactions, or worse, remnants of experiments never documented. Others suspect something far more abstract, that the zone is bleeding warmth where it wants to, that these are scar-shot with memory, pulsing with unseen motion. And those who linger too long in these warm spots often report dreams, vivid, repetitive, full of doors and hallways that don't exist. Because warmth here doesn't comfort. It summons. The Chernobyl mice radiation resistance. It began as a footnote, a few lines in an obscure journal. Mice trapped inside the Chernobyl exclusion zone, particularly in the most radioactive sectors, showing no expected signs of cellular breakdown, no tumors, no organ decay, no early death. Instead, they were healthy, thriving even, larger than expected, agile, quick breeding, with a resilience that defied every radiation model built since Hiroshima. Further study revealed something stranger. The cells of these mice especially, those in bone marrow, and the liver repaired themselves at accelerated rates. DNA damage was present, but not cumulative. Almost self-correcting. Some researchers proposed heightened telomerase activity. Others noted unusual proteins clustering around broken strands of DNA, forming what one scientist poetically dubbed molecular armor. One bold paper suggested that these mice weren't resisting mutation, they were embracing it, integrating it, using radiation as a biological accelerant. But of course, the mice didn't stay still. They spread into abandoned buildings, into the tunnels beneath Pripyat, into vehicles long since rusted shut. They were seen drinking from glowing puddles, nesting inside power transformers, breeding in the shattered shadows of graphite blocks. And they watch, eyes reflective, motion calculated. In one experiment, a captured mouse escaped confinement, not by squeezing through bars, but by chewing through a metallic latch. Not plastic, not wood. Steel. The longer you observe them, the less they resemble their kind. They're not just surviving a hostile world. They're shaping themselves into something that belongs in it. And where they scurry, gravity stutters. The zone's gravitational peculiarities. Gravity isn't supposed to shift. It's constant, boring, comforting in a planetary kind of way. But inside the zone, comfort is a thing that leaks. In certain parts of the exclusion zone, undocumented, fiercely avoided people have reported strange sensations, heaviness in the limbs, a sudden drag in the feet, or the opposite, moments of disorienting lightness, like stepping into a dream just before you fly. At first, it was dismissed as radiation sickness, vestibular disorientation, stress, but then came the measurements. One physics team, working deep in the red forest, documented a consistent 0.3% deviation in gravitational force over a 10-meter area. Instruments recalibrated multiple times confirmed the anomaly. The effect was small, barely perceptible, but real and localized. Another anomaly was discovered near an abandoned pumping station. Objects fell slower, not significantly, but enough to raise eyebrows. Water behaved oddly too, pooling in convex shapes. A dropped wrench bounced, not once, but 3 times, as if the earth below were uncertain of its own pull. Some believe this is the result of underground void pockets of air or gas altering local density. Others think residual energy from the explosion, mixed with decaying Soviet infrastructure, has twisted spacetime at a micro level. But a more unsettling theory suggests the zone is adapting its own laws. That physics here bends not by force, but by intention. That gravity itself is shifting not as a side effect, but as a symptom. And in places where this distortion is strongest, wild horses stand completely still, ears perked, staring at nothing, as if something above or below is trying to speak. The Chernobyl wild horses adaptation. The return of the Przewalski's horses to Chernobyl was supposed to be a conservation success story. An endangered species rewilded into a dead zone, free from human interference, thriving among the ghosts. But the success feels off. The horses have not only survived, they flourished. Populations are increasing. Foals are born healthy. Mortality is low. But that's not the mystery. The mystery is what they've become. Observers note changes in behavior. These horses are more coordinated than expected, moving in tight, synchronized herds. Not the ragged, reactive packs common to feral horses, but military precision. Scouts posted at perimeters, rotating rest patterns, aggressive defense strategies against wolves, far larger than themselves. Their routes are efficient, covering vast territory while avoiding known radiation hotspots. How they know this is unclear. Some say they've learned from generations of adaptation. Others whisper that the zone itself teaches. Then there's the anatomy. Certain captured specimens display slightly altered bone density, thicker hooves, broader skulls. One foal was born with a slight secondary eyelid like a radiation filter, unusual but not debilitating. Evolution in motion, some claim. Mutation with purpose, others argue. And they're fearless. Researchers driving through restricted trails have had vehicles surrounded, blocked by herds that refuse to move. The horses don't flinch, don't run. They stand, watch, then vanish together, as if commanded. Some say they're the new lords of the zone, not mutated monstrosities but apex survivors, tailored by catastrophe. And in the dead fields where they gallop, strange lights flicker at night. Not flames, not reflection. Something older, something watching back. Because in Chernobyl, even the wild doesn't stay wild for long. It becomes something else, something the old rules can't touch. The zone's unexplained light phenomena. Light behaves oddly in the zone. Not just in the romantic way-long shadows, eerie sunsets, sunbeams filtering through decaying rooftops, but in a way that defies optics, that unsettles. Visitors, workers, and even skeptics have all reported it. Brief, brilliant flashes in the middle of the night. Not lightning, not power surges. Pure, unprovoked illumination. Glows that hang just above the tree line or flicker behind crumbling school walls. Sometimes green, sometimes blue. Occasionally, a sickly white that bathes the area like a searchlight with no source. Cameras fail to capture them. Either the frame whites out or nothing appears at all. Thermal imaging picks up no temperature spike. Radiation counters flicker, sometimes but not always. One of the most chilling accounts came from a group of zone maintenance workers resting at an outpost near the old fish hatchery. At 2:43 a.m., the woods lit up as if morning had arrived early. Shadows snapped into clarity. Every leaf glistened. Thin darkness, instant and absolute. One man described it as being seen by something that didn't blink. Theories abound. Ionizing radiation bursts, static discharges from contaminated metals, decaying batteries and buried military equipment. But none explain the mobility, the timing, the moments when the lights seem to react to movement. Some believe it's a natural phenomenon, distorted by an unnatural landscape. Others say the lights are warning territorial flares from something invisible. And always, near the light, the raccoon dogs appear, eyes glowing, bodies still, as if basking in something older than electricity. Because sometimes in the zone, the light doesn't guide, it guards. The Chernobyl raccoon dogs, success. Raccoon dogs aren't raccoons, and they aren't dogs. There's something in between, scrappy, clever, nocturnal, survivors. But in Chernobyl, they've become more than that. They've become dominant. Introduced long ago by the Soviets for fur farming, the species was never expected to thrive without help. But now, within the zone, their numbers have surged. Healthy, fertile, unbothered by the same isotopic landscape that crippled larger mammals. At first, it was biology. Small body size, fast reproductive cycles, omnivorous diets, perfect disaster opportunists. But their success goes beyond the expected. They've colonized buildings, climbing stairs, opening cabinets, dragging nesting materials into attics and closets like squatters in a forgotten city. Some form communal dens with elaborate entrances, booby-trapped by nature, thorny branches, radiation, hot debris, even broken glass arranged in deliberate arcs. They display near-theoretical learning behaviors. One zone biologist watched a raccoon dog manipulate a lock latch. Another reported a pair returning every night to a supply shack, waiting for the sound of a cooler being opened. More uncanny is their presence at key sites, former bunkers, reactor-adjacent tunnels, collapsed facilities. Not randomly, repeatedly, as if drawn. And then there are the disappearances. More than one tagged animal has vanished, only to reappear weeks later miles from its last known location, fat, healthy, and untraceable. The tags sometimes stop transmitting, sometimes come back online with strange data, spikes temperatures too low, heart rates too slow. What are they learning in the dark? And what else, perhaps, is learning through them? Because when the raccoon dogs stare back, they don't blink, and the air around them feels charged. As if they're not scavenging, as if they're scouting. The zone's plant mutations. Nature mutates slowly. Evolution is glacial. But not here, not in Chernobyl. In the zone, plants change with unsettling speed. They adapt not over centuries, but seasons, and some don't resemble their ancestors at all. In the wetlands, there are reeds with blackened stems that release spores in spirals. In meadows, there are sunflowers that never face the sun. Along the ruins of the reactor's cooling canals, lichens grow in perfect circles, bright red, phosphorescent, and always silent. These are not ordinary mutations. They are purposeful, repetitive, as if something is guiding them, directing. One team studied a patch of moss that covered the inside of a derelict bus. Radiation levels were lethal, yet the moss thrived. When removed, it died within hours. When replanted elsewhere in the zone, it returned. Same texture, same shape, as if it had memory. Genetic analysis reveals tangled, redundant sequences. DNA that doesn't belong. Some samples resemble known species until they don't, until a twist, a color shift, a branching that makes no biological sense. And they're not passive. One vine-like growth was documented crawling along a concrete wall over the course of 3 days, seeking out light. Another opened in sync with the ambient radiation spike during a thunderstorm, petals glowing briefly, then closing again. There are whispers that some plants feed differently, not on sunlight, not on soil, on heat, on decay, on memory. And in the places where they cluster, birds refuse to land. Because in Chernobyl, growth isn't life, it's warning, it's message, it's mutation written in green. The Chernobyl birds' nesting habits. Birds are nature's barometers. They migrate with instinct, flee disasters before humans notice the weather turning, and rebuild only when it's safe, which makes their behavior in Chernobyl off. At first, scientists celebrated the return of bird species to the zone. Storks, robins, cuckoos, owls, a sign of recovery, they said, of resilience. But then came the patterns, the anomalies, the nests built in impossible places, behaviors that defy explanation. Many birds avoid natural foliage altogether. Instead, they build nests in irradiated buildings, high-voltage towers, even directly above still-hot vent shafts. Some select rusted machinery cars, cranes, reactor debris. One ornithologist documented a starling nest made entirely of electrical wire and melted glass. The eggs hatched, the chicks survived. In other cases, birds build multiple nest decoys, perhaps, or redundancies, but often they never return to them, as if the act of nesting is more ritual than necessity. Even stranger, some birds have been observed mimicking sounds they shouldn't know. Not songs, but mechanical noises, buzzes, beeps, clicks, the whir of cooling fans. One crow reportedly imitated the ticking of a Geiger counter with unsettling accuracy. Another, the deep clunk of a Soviet-era door latch. And their territories defy norms. Birds that should compete share space. Predatory species roost near prey without conflict. Ornithologists describe a kind of unnatural cooperation, as though territoriality has been rewritten. Theories include environmental pressure, radiation-induced neural rewiring, or simply desperation. But others say these birds are responding to something beneath the surface. Because where the nests cluster, strange clouds gather, localized weather patterns, storms that don't drift, winds that blow in circles. And just beyond the treetops, something watches with eyes that aren't entirely animal. The zone's unexplained weather patterns. Weather is supposed to be chaos-contained, calculated randomness. But in the exclusion zone, it often feels arranged. There are days where the fog rolls in without warning, curling low to the ground like fingers. It moves strangely, hugging certain buildings, avoiding others. In some places, it clings for hours. In others, it evaporates instantly. Witnesses describe sudden shifts, sunlight vanishing in seconds, temperatures dropping 10 degrees over a single step. One particular phenomenon has earned the nickname the gray veil, a dense, impenetrable cloud that descends over a section of the zone and stays sometimes for days. It blocks satellite imagery, stops drones mid-flight, makes compasses jitter and GPS freeze. Some researchers caught within it claim time moved differently. Inside watches slowed, footsteps dragged. One man aged an hour on his device, but only 20 minutes had passed outside the veil. Rain behaves oddly too. It falls where it shouldn't, narrow strips of heavy downpour amidst otherwise clear skies. Lightning strikes with mathematical precision. Known instance recorded 7 strikes in a perfect circle around a derelict greenhouse. And there's wind, not strong, but deliberate. It changes direction mid-gust, whispers through sealed structures, carries with it the smell of ozone, decay, and something else, something old. Some claim to have heard voices in it, laughter, screams, or just a name whispered like a warning. Weather stations inside the zone break frequently. Readings return impossible numbers: pressure, spikes, negative humidity, barometric loops. When recalibrated, they sometimes self-correct. Other times, they burn out entirely. Local legends say the zone breathes, that the weather is its breath, its emotion, its mood, and when it storms, it remembers. And into those storms, coyotes have come. The Chernobyl coyote's appearance. Coyotes were never native to this part of the world. They don't belong here. Yet now, they roam the edges of the zone, cautious, lean, and entirely wrong. The first confirmed sightings were dismissed as misidentified wolves or feral dogs. But as more reports came, indistinct yips, specific tracks, unique scat, conclusion was unavoidable. Coyotes. North American in origin. Somehow, impossibly here. Genetic testing, where available, shows hybridization. A mix of coyote and something else. Not dogs, not wolves. Something older, or perhaps newer. Their skulls are slightly narrower. Their coats darker. Their eyes reflective, not just at night, but even under clouded sun. They don't act like normal coyotes. They don't scavenge. They patrol. They appear in organized trios, never pairs, never packs, always 3. Seen often near old radio towers, abandoned science labs, entrances to underground infrastructure. When followed, they disappear. Not gradually, instantly. One moment visible, the next gone. Even in open fields. Tracking collars placed on captured specimens fail to transmit or return nonsensical data. Impossible locations, like coordinates inside reactor ruins. Some believe they migrated across vast distances. Others suspect intentional release, part of some buried experiment. But none of that explains the sightings of identical coyotes across years. Same markings, same behavior, same trios. Locals won't speak of them. Or if they do, they whisper. They call them the echoes. Beings that arrived when the zone began to dream. Animals that don't reproduce, don't die, just repeat. And where they walk, plants turn brittle. Water tastes like copper. The air grows thin. Because in Chernobyl, Predators aren't always what they seem. Sometimes they're messengers. Sometimes they're mirrors. And sometimes they're just watching. The zone's hidden entrances. Chernobyl's perimeter is lined with fences, watchtowers, and the illusion of containment. Officially, there are only a few authorized checkpoints into the exclusion zone. But rumors and evidence suggest otherwise. There are whispers of secret entrances, old Soviet tunnels, forgotten service roads, underground conduits that bypass barbed wire and bureaucracy alike. Some say there are shafts that drop beneath the forests, sealed in the 80s, now cracked open by time and rot. Others speak of rusted gates buried in overgrowth, visible only under moonlight, that unlock with no key, just a touch. Satellite imagery has picked up disturbances, faint trails that appear overnight and vanish within days, patterns of movement too precise for animals, too remote for tourists, and sometimes there are prints. Human, barefoot, leading in and never out. These alleged entrances don't just offer physical passage, they change things. People who've used them report losing time. Hours, sometimes days. Memories come back, scrambled, or not at all. One hiker emerged near the Red Forest, claiming to have entered from the south a direction with no open path. His watch was 7 hours slow. His GPS had wiped itself. Inside the zone, structures appear that don't match any known schematics. Bunkers not on maps, stairs that descend farther than physics should allow. One expedition found a doorway embedded in a hillside, carved in concrete with Cyrillic inscriptions that no linguist could translate. Why are these entrances hidden? Who built them? Were they meant for evacuation or containment? And always near these hidden paths, wild dogs linger. Not barking, not aggressive, just waiting. Because some doors, once opened, are meant to stay open. The Chernobyl wild dog's evolution. They were left behind in 1986 pets, companions, loyal friends turned strays in a city gone silent. Soldiers were ordered to shoot them. Not all did. Some dogs fled, others hid. The strongest survived, and what emerged is not a pack, but a population. The wild dogs of Chernobyl are not simply feral. They are something else now. Not wolves, not pets. A new species in behavioral terms, if not biological ones. They form clans, not packs loose, but highly social structures. They don't fight over food as typical strays might. They trade. They signal. Researchers have observed dogs exchanging positions at waterholes, alternating scavenging routes. Their communication is subtle low grunts, small body gestures, even eye movements that seem to convey meaning. Their fur is thick, often darkened in strange patterns. Some show patchy balding, others glowing scars. It's unclear if it's from radiation, inbreeding, or adaptation. They don't bark unless provoked. Most remain eerily silent. They watch from high places, balconies, rooftops, church towers. They mark territory not with urine, but with small mounds of debris, arranged in consistent shapes, circles, arrows, spirals. One of the most unnerving behaviors is their relationship with humans. They are not afraid, but they are not friendly either. They follow. They mirror steps. They circle, then vanish. In several documented cases, dogs have led visitors away from dangerous hotspots as if herding them toward safety or something else. And among them, legends speak of a white dog with black eyes, seen at the edge of the reactor ruins, always alone, always watching. It never blinks. What these dogs have become is less about biology than about place. Because the zone doesn't just change the environment, it reprograms loyalty. And where loyalty fails, radiation remembers. The zone's unseen radiation hotspots. Radiation is supposed to be measurable, detectable, predictable. But in the exclusion zone, it isn't always where it should be. There are places innocuous, unmarked where dosimeters spike without warning, footpaths used daily that suddenly register deadly counts, clean buildings that burn your skin, grave sites of invisible danger. Scientists call them hotspots, but that's an understatement. These aren't merely pockets of lingering contamination, they're erratic, shifting, sometimes vanishing altogether and reappearing kilometers away. A zone of 50 microsieverts one day could be 3,000 the next, then 0, then something else entirely. Theories range from dust displacement to seasonal water shifts, but the timing feels wrong, too sudden, too surgical. And it's not just the readings. Animals avoid these places, even when they contain food or shelter. Birds fall silent, insects vanish, moss curls away from the ground in brittle spirals. One group of researchers reported hearing a low hum just before their devices fried. Mapping these hotspots yields confusion. Some correspond to known fallout zones, others don't. Some align with underground infrastructure piping, fuel shafts, buried material, but just as many sit in the middle of untouched forest. And sometimes, the hotspots move. A technician checking a safe trail recorded normal levels. 2 hours later, another walking the same path collapsed. His badge melted. His skin burned in patterns matching no chemical known to medicine. When his equipment was recovered, the internal dosimeter logged spikes in 5-second intervals if something had passed through him. Because in the zone, radiation is not a constant. It's a current. And in some places, it flows not by science, but by will. Just like the lynx that walks silently through it untouched, unseen, and perhaps unmade. The Chernobyl lynx population. Lynx were once thought extinct in the Chernobyl region, ghosts of a colder, quieter forest. But now, they've returned. Or perhaps they never left. What matters is that they're here again, and not quite as they were. Cameras rarely catch them. Most images are blurred, half-captured, a tail slipping behind concrete, a pair of glowing eyes staring through broken glass. But their prints tell a clearer story. Larger than expected, spaced in unnatural patterns, almost too linear, as if walking with purpose rather than instinct. Lynx are solitary, secretive. Yet in the zone, they've been spotted hunting in pairs, even trios. Behavior not typical for a species that prizes distance. One researcher described them as operating more like reconnaissance units than animals. No photos were taken. His camera had inexplicably shut off. Their dens have been found in strange places inside old bunkers, deep within reactor catacombs, and once beneath a decommissioned monitoring station where radiation levels remain dangerously high. Yet the lynx show no signs of illness. Their coats are thick, their eyes clear, their movements precise. Locals fear them in the old way, not as predators, but as omens. In old Slavic folklore, lynx were boundary creatures, guardians of thresholds between life and death, dream and waking. In Chernobyl, they've returned to the role. Not crossing boundaries, but standing watch. Some believe the zone has chosen them, that these creatures aren't simply surviving, but thriving through some hidden pact with the land. And when they vanish into the brush, the silence they leave behind isn't just quiet, it's expectant. Because the ecosystem they belong to now isn't just changing, it's evolving. The zone's evolving ecosystem. The zone isn't recovering. It's mutating, evolving, building something from the bones of its own destruction. Most ecosystems rebuild predictably. Succession follows collapse. Species re-enter in waves. But Chernobyl's landscape doesn't follow rules. It invents its own. In the forests, predators outnumber, prey at balance persists. Insect populations explode, then recede with mathematical elegance. Plants bloom in strange synchrony, regardless of season. Even decay moves differently here, as if decomposition is an act of selection, not entropy. This isn't natural recovery, it's adaptation on fast forward. Whole species seem to function differently within the zone. Boar with thicker skulls, birds with altered songs, mice with radiation resistance. Each organism adjusting not to survive the zone, but to synchronize with it. Networks emerge, symbiotic relationships between species that shouldn't coexist. Fungi feeding on radioactive bark, insects nesting only in irradiated wood. Some birds build only with metal, refusing twigs. It's as though the zone has become a crucible for a new kind of ecology, rooted not in harmony, but endurance. And then there are the patterns. Animal migrations mirror old fallout maps. Growth blooms in spiral formations. One field of moss was found to be growing in a Fibonacci sequence. Coincidence? Or something deeper? Even microbial life normally chaotic shows hints of organization. Biofilms in reactor tunnels exhibit geometric regularity. Bacterial colonies pulse in timed rhythms. No known cause. Some call this the birth of a synthetic ecosystem, a hybrid of biology, memory, and decay. Others think the zone is dreaming, breathing new life into itself through radiation's cruel muse. And where the rivers twist through this new wilderness, beavers build. The Chernobyl beavers engineering. Beavers are nature's architects, builders of dams, sculptors of wetlands, but inside the zone their work has taken on something more. They returned slowly after the evacuation, quiet, unnoticed, then suddenly, everywhere. Their dams began appearing not only in rivers, but in flooded basements, cooling trenches, irrigation canals designed for the reactor complex itself. And they weren't simple dams. These were structures of complexity beyond what any field ecologist had previously seen, multi-tiered. Reinforced with stone, rusted rebar, even entire metal panels scavenged from ruined machinery. In one case, a dam was found diverting runoff from a radioactive drainage pipe randomly, but precisely. Some scientists hypothesize instinctive adaptation, but others aren't so sure. The beavers of Chernobyl are bold. They move during the day. They show no fear of humans, even following researchers at a distance observing rather than fleeing. One was seen gnawing through the remains of a contaminated pipe, its teeth stained with something green. It did not stop. It did not die. And then there's the architecture. Lodges have been found with internal chambers far larger than necessary. Some connected via tunnels forming networks. One system was mapped and found to intersect with an old Soviet-era pipeline in multiple places. Coincidence? Perhaps. Or perhaps something is guiding them. Perhaps instinct has been overwritten, replaced with a drive not to survive, but to shape. To shape something else? Because when the water rises behind those dams, strange reflections dance across the surface. And sometimes, what's reflected doesn't match the sky. The zone's unexplained animal vocalizations. The zone, by design or decay, is a place of silence. No urban noise, no distant engines. Just the rustle of leaves, the crack of broken twigs, and if you're unlucky enough to linger after dusk, the sound of something else entirely. Unexplained animal vocalizations are among the strangest phenomena reported by those who have dared to camp, research, or even trespass in the exclusion zone. These aren't your usual howls, barks, or bird calls. They're off, warped, echoing where no walls exist, echoing back answers that don't match the calls. One group of zoologists recorded what they believed was a pack of wolves, communicating with unusually deep howls too deep for the species' known vocal range. When the recordings were analyzed, a strange harmonic frequency appeared beneath the main tone. Not an animal sound at all. Something synthetic, structured. Others have reported mimicry. Calls that imitate human speech, but just barely. A dog's whine morphing into a child's cry. A raven shrieking in a tone that resembles a scream. These sounds are usually dismissed as pareidolia brains assigning meaning where there is none. But when two researchers independently transcribe the same 6 syllables, something breaks in the explanation. Worst are the moments when the zone goes dead quiet, not peaceful, ominously vacant. Then, a sound, low, from the trees, something that sounds like laughter, not joyous, not even human. Just the idea of laughter stretched through a broken speaker. Some suggest neurological effects from radiation. Others claim underground tunnels carry strange acoustics, turning common noises into uncanny phenomena. But those who've heard it in person don't seek answers. They just leave. And behind them, the packs fall silent. Because not all things that call in the zone are calling for mates. Some are calling you back. The Chernobyl wolves' social structures. Wolves are survivors, masters of adaptation. But in Chernobyl, they've adapted into something unnervingly different. Within the exclusion zone, wolf populations are not only healthy, they're booming. And not just in numbers, but in confidence, boldness, organization. Field ecologists describe Chernobyl's wolves as hyper-territorial, not just defending territory, but expanding it strategically. Scout wolves have been observed navigating new sectors alone, marking paths, then returning to lead packs forward. Not aimless exploration mapped, deliberate incursion. Their packs are larger than average, sometimes upwards of 15 individuals. Roles within them appear highly specialized. Hunters, sentinels, runners, even guardians for pups, separate from the main pack. One researcher dubbed them the military branch of the zone's wildlife. Strangest of all, they show little aggression towards certain species. Wild boars, red foxes, even humans. Instead of attacking, they often observe, shadow, circle, report. Tracking collars fitted to several wolves revealed movement patterns that defied expectations, straight lines across difficult terrain, avoidance of high radiation areas. Repeated returns to sites of known anomalies, abandoned labs, power substations, the concrete remains of old military installations. These aren't apex predators acting on instinct. They're behaving like surveyors. Some speculate the wolves are responding to shifts in the ecosystem, adapting in real time to radiation and environmental changes. Others, more superstitious, suggest there's something else entirely now. Agents of the zone, its eyes, its teeth. And always, in the places where their tracks appear, compasses drift, wind dies. The air presses down like a low ceiling. Because in Chernobyl, the food chain is no longer a pyramid. It's a circle. The zone's hidden water sources. Water in Chernobyl is either poisoned or forgotten. Most of it flows through tainted rivers or stagnant marshes. But in recent years, explorers have found something else. Water sources where none should be. They emerge from cracks in reactor walls, bubble from beneath concrete slabs, or sit still and clear inside rooms with no plumbing. Some have been discovered miles from known hydrological paths. Others seem to come, and Gaudry one day, full the next. A well beneath a collapsed hospital was found to be perfectly cleno radiation, no contamination, despite being feet from a known fallout zone. Another, inside a flooded missile silo, emitted heat, yet tested colder than the surrounding air. One explorer claimed to have drunk from a spring that wasn't there on the way in, and vanished on the way out. When tested, the water often shows strange chemical compositions, slight shifts in pH, mineral balances not found in local geology. Some contain microscopic organisms unclassified by any database. Others, nothing at all, not even bacteria. Locals believe these sources are not natural, that the zone is generating Theman immune response perhaps, or a lure. Some theorize Soviet experiments in deep earth drilling might have punctured aquifers or tapped into something older, but no maps support these origins. In one infamous case, a pool of perfectly still water was found at the center of a warehouse basement. A researcher leaned too close and passed out. When he awoke, his reflection was gone. These waters are not for thirst. They're for something else. Something the land itself might be drinking. And near their edges, golden eyes blink watching, waiting. Just like the jackals that followed them in. The Chernobyl Golden Jackal expansion. Jackals don't ask permission to enter. They simply arrive. Native to southeastern Europe and Asia, the golden jackal was never meant to make its home in the eerie stillness of northern Ukraine. And yet, as if drawn by some silent call, they've arrived first, in small numbers. Then, with a kind of quiet dominance. Unlike the wolf, the golden jackal is an opportunist. It doesn't charge at slips. It doesn't hunt in packs at partners in conspiracies. But here, inside the zone, it has begun behaving. Strangely. For one, their expansion is mathematically odd. Over the past decade, they've taken over territories far faster than any projected model suggested. Biologists assume this was simply because humans had vacated. But it doesn't add up. Not with the frequency of sightings, not with the concentration of dens near high radiation zones. They've been observed moving at odd hours, alone or in small groups of 2 or 3, rarely 4, never more. Their gait is smooth, deliberate, more like patrolling than wandering. Their vocalizations usually a cacophony, notably subdued in the zone, controlled, as if communication is no longer a reflex, but a strategy. Even their kills are different. Dead prey left behind by golden jackals are found unnervingly intact. Organs missing with surgical precision. No signs of struggle. No typical tearing, like something practiced. And some of them, it seems, don't decay. One carcass of a jackal found deep in the red forest remained untouched for months. No rot, no scavengers, as if the forest had made a decision. Not this one. Their presence grows, and each den leads deeper into places that shouldn't have life at all. But the jackals aren't bringing life. They're bringing notice. The zone's microbial resistance. The smallest things live the longest. In Chernobyl's underbelly beneath the reactor shafts, in the condensation-slick tunnels, in the soil where even moss refuses to grow, something microscopic thrives. Something ancient. Something unkillable. Bacteria that laugh at gamma rays. Fungi that eat cesium. Slimes that glow faintly in the dark like infected dreams. They shouldn't be here. By every model, by every known biological limit, they should have perished in the core's detritus decades ago. Instead, they flourish. Not by resisting radiation, but by embracing it. Radiotrophic fungi were among the first curiosity species that seemed to use radiation the way plants use sunlight. But deeper studies have uncovered organisms that do more than survive, they grow stronger under exposure. DNA sequences that repair in seconds, protein structures that bind to radioactive isotopes like keys to locks. Some even metabolize elements no known cell should touch. Lab samples behave differently inside the zone than outside. A microbial colony that doubles every 48 hours in Kyiv explodes in half the time inside Chernobyl. Move the same culture 50 kilometers west? It stalls, as if the zone itself is the catalyst. And it isn't just biology. The spatial organization of these microbes show they clump, how they divide follows patterns, spirals, hexagons. Even a radial symmetry once observed in fungal bloom near Reactor 4 that resembled a mandala. Some scientists proposed intelligence, not in the conscious sense, but in structure, behavior, memory. If not minds, then systems aware of themselves. And when people venture too deep, their boots come back coated in slime that no shower removes. Not entirely. Because in the zone, even the air you breathe is watching. The Chernobyl amphibian's resilience. If there's any creature that shouldn't survive Chernobyl, it's the amphibian. Soft-skinned, moisture-dependent, vulnerable to every ripple of environmental change. Yet somehow, frogs, salamanders, and newts not only persist in the exclusion zone, they prosper, particularly frogs, black-skinned ones. Much darker than their outside-the-zone cousins, their pigmentation is believed to be a form of melanin adaptation, absorbing or deflecting radiation like an organic shield. That's the theory. The truth might be stranger. These frogs have altered vocal pattern skulls lower and more guttural than their species typically produce. Their breeding cycles appear out of sync with seasonal norms. One pond, surveyed over multiple years, showed frogs spawning weeks earlier than any other in the region. Their eggs were larger, their tadpoles faster. Then there's the matter of their distribution. They cluster near highly irradiated water bodies, favoring danger over safety, as if something about the radiation draws them, feeds them, grows them. Dissection reveals anomalies: multiple spleens, dense cartilage, increased mitochondrial activity. One frog's heart was nearly twice the average size. Its pulses low, rhythmic, deliberate. Researchers suspect they may be experiencing accelerated evolution. Microgenerational leaps, a lab-kept lineage bred from Chernobyl frogs, showed greater radiation resistance within just 3 generations. The DNA didn't just adapt, it rewrote itself. They are not monsters. They are messengers. And when they chirp from the shadows of irradiated reeds, it sounds less like a call for mates and more like a warning. Or maybe a countdown. Because when frogs thrive in hell, something old has awakened. Something that remembers the first mutations. Something patient. And beneath their croaks, the plants listen. The zone's unseen contaminants. Everyone talks about radiation. It's the ghost you can't see, but everyone blames. But the truth is, radiation is just one of many demons leaking from Chernobyl's bones. Because sometimes the Geiger counters stay quiet, but people still get sick. Over the years, researchers and explorers have encountered odd symptoms in areas with no measurable radiation: sudden migraines, nausea, rashes that don't behave like allergic reactions, delirium, followed by nosebleeds. One engineer vomited blood without a drop of radiation in his system, tested, retested, verified. What's causing it? Water samples from stagnant zones show odd chemical profiles. Not radioactive, but filled with strange compounds, polyatomic ions with no clear source, complex hydrocarbons not naturally occurring in the region. In one marsh, a thick foam began to collect on the surface after rainfall. It glowed briefly, then dissolved. In the air, high concentrations of metallic dust have been found, nanoparticles so fine they pass through respirators. Some believe they are remnants of experimental Soviet materials used in reactor construction elements meant to absorb energy, now leaking unknown byproducts. Others suspect microbial toxins, or worse, biochemicals that were never meant to be released. Secret Soviet experiments, industrial byproducts from unregistered labs, buried toxins now brought to the surface by shifting groundwater. Some say there are molds, fungal spores designed to break down synthetic material that now attack flesh with equal enthusiasm. These are not things you can prepare for. No dosimeter warns you. No mask saves you. And in places where these unseen poisons linger, the birds fly erratically. The insects spiral midair. The trees bend toward the ground, not broken, but bowed. As if even the forest recognizes something more lethal than radiation. And from the underbrush, the reptiles watch. The Chernobyl reptiles' adaptations. Reptiles, if we're being honest, are survivors. Cold-blooded, unbothered by chaos, content to bask while the world burns. In Chernobyl, they've done more than survive. They've adapted in ways we don't understand and maybe never will. snakes especially. Long considered relatively fragile when it comes to environmental shifts, certain species of grass, snakes, and adders have not only persisted within the zone, but have expanded their territory. Some are larger, some darker. Others, reportedly, have scale patterns that change seasonally camouflage beyond known function. But the unsettling part isn't their appearance, it's their behavior. One field biologist documented a pattern of synchronized movement: 3 snakes, coiled identically, uncoiling in perfect unison over repeated observations. Another researcher reported watching a lizard track him for over an hour, ducking into cover, then reappearing along the trail again and again. Even more disturbing, the nests, found in the upper corners of crumbling buildings, curled into electrical panels, woven around forgotten icons and statues, not just in warm places, strategic ones. Some reptiles have been found near cooling systems and abandoned ventilation shafts. Why? Nobody knows. Their body temperatures are stable in locations where fluctuation should kill them. One adder was recorded slithering across a highly irradiated concrete slab, pausing repeatedly at specific intervals. Some speculate it was mapping, measuring heat or vibration. Others call it instinct. But instinct doesn't act like this, not with such purpose. And they reproduce well. Too well. One population of sand lizards quadrupled in 3 years without any genetic bottleneck. In fact, some show markers of increased fertility and regenerative capability. The zone doesn't just allow reptiles to live, it enables them, empowers them. And under the flickering shadows of reactor ruins, they seem content. As if something is whispering to them from beneath the earth. The zone's long-term genetic effects. Radiation corrupts DNA, that much is known. It twists the double helix, scrambles genetic code, turns cells into errors. But in the zone, the story is longer, stranger. Because not all mutations are immediate. Some take time, generations. And what they become doesn't always make sense. Studies of flora and fauna within the exclusion zone have revealed inherited anomalies that defy traditional genetic expectations. Not just deformities, but refinements, unexplained consistencies. Frogs with protective pigmentation that breeds true. Rodents with stable resistance markers that pass from parent to pup like heirlooms. This isn't just adaptation, it's precision, directional evolution. Nature isn't stumbling forward, it's walking with intent. Plants show it too. Trees with root systems that grow away from radiation rather than into it. Leaf shapes subtly altered to maximize photosynthesis in low chlorophyll conditions. Fungi that communicate chemical changes to nearby coloniasas if sharing strategy. Even humans are affected. Children of liquidators, many now adults, have reported unusual health quirks, unexplained immunity to common illnesses, accelerated healing of minor wounds, strange consistencies in blood markers not shared by unexposed populations. Some call it chance. Others call it the legacy of trauma encoded in flesh. And then there are the animals born outside the zone, descendants of zone migrants that still carry the traits, that still behave oddly, that still, inexplicably, stare too long at reflective surfaces, as if waiting for something else to look back. It's not about survival anymore. It's about inheritance. The zone is not a wound, it's a womb. And what it's birthing may not be human, may not be animal, may not be explainable. But it's coming. And the insects already know. The Chernobyl insects' diversity. When the cities emptied and the sirens faded, the insects stayed. Unnoticed, unmeasured, surviving in silence, crawling through the dust, while everyone watched the wolves and the deer. But in Chernobyl, the smallest creatures have rewritten the rules of biodiversity. What should have been a collapse became an explosion of form, of color, of behavior. Entomologists expected devastation. Instead, they found adaptation, even innovation. Beetles with hardened shells far denser than their rural cousins. Ant colonies that operate more like militarized zone subterranean fortresses with chambered corridors and redundant exits. Wasps that nest not in trees, but in the hollowed-out electronics of Soviet machinery. And then there are the butterflies. Once rare in irradiated zones, now thriving in certain sectors. But with a twist. Irregular patterns, mismatched wings, asymmetrical antennae, not deformities.
Not accidents. The traits repeat across generations. Predictably.
Some insects seem drawn to radiation itself. A breed of fly observed in the reactor-adjacent wetlands prefers to lay its eggs near radioactive runoff. Larvae survive better there than in clean water. One biologist, skeptical, repeated the test only to find identical results. The larvae died in purified water. They needed the poison. There's also an explosion in hybrid species moths, interbreeding beyond their genus, producing viable, fertile offspring. Spiders weaving webs with structural precision beyond typical geometry. Hexagonal repetition, traps that vibrate at specific frequencies. And behaviorally, some insects don't flee anymore. They approach. Swarms that land on hot metal, wings humming in what some describe as a harmonic buzz uncomfortably rhythmic. Scientists speculate environmental pressure, accelerated mutation, or some unknown vector of selection. But those who work deep in the zone speak of something else, that the insects aren't changing randomly. They're being instructed. And just beneath the hum, the human element returns. The zone's human element. You weren't supposed to come back. The exclusion zone was meant to be a monument to absence, a cautionary boundary, a place left to silence and scavengers. But silence doesn't keep secrets, and emptiness is never truly empty. There are people in Chernobyl, not tourists or scientists, settlers, wanderers, nomads who never left or who came back later, pulled by something beyond nostalgia. They are called the Samosli self-settlers. Officially, they are few. In truth, no one knows how many live there now. Some live alone, in cracked homes with broken windows taped shut. Some in clusters, bare-bones communities that don't appear on any map. No electricity, no water, but rituals. They grow food in irradiated soil and drink from streams that hum at night. They bury their dead in forests that refuse to rot them. They don't welcome visitors. Those who do talk speak of dreams that brought them back. Voices, feelings, the sense that they were meant to be here in the bones of the world. One old woman swears she has not aged since 1992. Another man claims he's seen his own shadow moving without him. Doctors tried to track their health. Results are inconsistent. Some suffer every known radiation sickness. Others are inexplicably healthy, vital signs perfect, immune systems impenetrable. The Samosli believe they are part of the zone now, not guests, not squatters, cells in a larger organism. They follow patterns, seasonal routes, nocturnal waking hours, avoidance of certain places even they can't explain. And when researchers leave, they often feel watched not by cameras, but by eyes behind glass. Always glass. Because the zone didn't lose its people. It simply chose new ones. And far beyond its borders, the legacy spreads. The Chernobyl legacy on global health. The disaster didn't stay in Chernobyl. Radiation knows no borders, neither does fear. In the years after the meltdown, thyroid cancers surged across Europe. Birth defects spiked. Immune disorders rose with no clear origin. Official narratives blame poor data, environmental coincidence, statistical noise, but the noise is getting louder. Children born in distant cities, Berlin, Stockholm, Millenshire, similar anomalies. Unrelated, unconnected, except for one thing. All were in the fallout path. Decades later, the effects echo. Not just health problems, but psychological echoes. Anxiety, insomnia, generational trauma embedded not just in memory, but in blood. And, in the labs, stranger findings, DNA damage in people never exposed, molecular patterns that mirror those found in zone wildlife, as if proximity, alone geographic, ancestral, psychic was enough. Some researchers suggest epigenetic memory. Others whisper about bioinformatic radiation, the idea that cells can carry informational scars beyond simple exposure. That what happened in Chernobyl wasn't just physical, it was conceptual. Hospitals in Belarus still catalog children with rare bone conditions. In Romania, a rash of unexplained neurological cases, among teens, all of whom had grandparents who lived near the blast zone. In Ireland, of all places, a cluster of cancers in a community that imported milk from Eastern Europe in 1986. Coincidence? Conspiracy? Or something stranger? Because if the zone changed the land, and the land changed the life, and life spreads without consent, then Chernobyl isn't a place anymore. It's a condition. And while the world watches the forests grow back, the final relic of what began in 1986 still waits, molten, monstrous, and very, very awake. The ultimate fate of the elephant's foot. Deep beneath reactor number 4, in a place few willingly go and fewer return from unchanged, lies the most infamous relic of modern catastrophe, a molten monster birthed in the moment when human hubris collided with nuclear law. They called it the elephant's foot. It's not made of flesh, but it breathes, slowly, relentlessly. A hulking mass of corium lava formed from reactor core, steel, sand, and obliteration once hot enough to kill within minutes. Even now, decades later, it pulses with latent death, hidden in the reactor's underbelly like a tumor that refuses to die or heal. When it first formed, it was a horror, too radioactive to photograph. Early images were captured with mirrors, robots, and cameras sacrificed like offerings. The few who approached it in person developed burns, cataracts, or simply never left the hospital again. And yet, as the years passed, the elephant's foot changed. It cooled, it cracked, but it did not die. It hardens now like obsidian, still emitting heat, still slowly decaying. But no one knows what will happen next. Will it crumble into radioactive dust? Will it collapse into the soil, seeping into the groundwater like a curse? Or will it remain intact, an eternal monument to the physics of failure? Worse, there are whispers that it's not shrinking, that it's growing, that deep inside its solid shell, chemical alchemy continues. Some believe it is still reacting, dreaming slow atomic dreams, changing form in ways we cannot yet detect. A static god with a half-life of centuries. The true terror isn't that it might melt down again, it's that it might endure. Because the elephant's foot isn't just a byproduct. It's a reminder that Chernobyl was never an ending, only a beginning. And somewhere in the dark, the future still glows.